For only the third time in American history, U.S. senators will decide whether or not to remove a sitting president from office. Right now on the floor of the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is delivering opening remarks. Their trial is not underway yet, but let's go to the floor of the Senate and listen to the Kentucky senator now.
Fair process.
And right on cue, he has finished his comments. A moment ago, he was talking about the opening arguments and the rules that they will abide by, that he hopes to keep in line. He described it fair as fair, referring back to 1999 and the precedent of 21 years ago with the impeachment trial of President Bill Clinton. We are covering all of this from all angles throughout our nation's capital. We'll talk with the political players from both sides of the aisle in just a moment here. But this is now the Senate Minority Leader, Chuck Schumer, the Democrat from New York. Let's drop it and hear what he has to say in his initial comments.
Inform the American public about these pivotal events in our nation's history. We must make sure they are able to. Some may not want what happens here to be public. We do. Now, Mr. President, after the conclusion of my remarks, the Senate will proceed to the impeachment trial of President Donald John Trump for committing high crimes and misdemeanors. President Trump is accused of coercing a foreign leader into interfering in our elections to benefit himself and then doing everything in his power to cover it up. If proved, the president's actions are crimes against democracy itself. It's hard to imagine a greater subversion of our democracy than for powers outside our borders to determine the elections from within. For a foreign country to attempt such a thing on its own is bad enough. For an American president to deliberately solicit such a thing, to blackmail a foreign country with military assistance to help him win an election, is unimaginably worse. I can't imagine any other president doing this. Beyond that, for then the president to deny the right of Congress to conduct oversight, deny the right to investigate any of his activities, to say Article 2 of the Constitution gives him the right to, quote, do whatever he wants, we are staring down an erosion of the sacred democratic principles for which our founders fought a bloody war of independence. Such is the gravity of this historic moment. Now, once Senator Inhofe is sworn in at 1 p.m., the ceremonial functions at the beginning of a presidential trial will be complete. The Senate then must determine the rules of the trial. The Republican leader will offer an organizing resolution that outlines his plan for the rules of the trial. It is completely partisan. It was kept secret until the very eve of the trial. And now that it's public, it's very easy to see why. The McConnell rules seem to be designed by President Trump for President Trump. It asks the Senate to rush through as fast as possible and makes getting evidence as hard as possible. It could force presentations to take place at 2 or 3 in the morning so the American people won't see them. In short, the McConnell resolution will result in a rush trial with little evidence in the dark of night. Literally, the dark of night. If the president is so confident in his case, if Leader McConnell is so confident the president did nothing wrong, why don't they want the case to be presented in broad daylight? On something as important as impeachment, the McConnell resolution is nothing short of a national disgrace. This will go down, this resolution, as one of the darker moments in the Senate history, perhaps one of even the darkest. Now, Leader McConnell has just said he wants to go by the Clinton rules. Then why did he change them in 4 important ways at minimum to all make the trial less transparent, less clear, and with less evidence? He said he wanted to get started in exactly the same way. It turns out, contrary to what the leader said, I'm amazed he could say it with a straight face, that the rules are the same as the Clinton rules. The rules are not even close to the Clinton rules. Unlike the Clinton rules, the McConnell resolution does not admit the record of the House impeachment proceedings into evidence. So Leader McConnell wants a trial with no existing evidence and no new evidence. A trial without evidence is not a trial. It's a cover-up. Second, unlike the Clinton rules, the McConnell resolution limits presentation by the parties to 24 hours per side over only 2 days. We start at 1, 12 hours a day, we're at 1 a.m., and that's without breaks. It'll be later. Leader McConnell wants to force the managers to make important parts of their case in the dark of night. Number 3, unlike the Clinton rules, the McConnell resolution places an additional hurdle to get witnesses and documents by requiring a vote on whether such motions are even in order. If that vote fails, then no motions to subpoena witnesses and documents will be in order. I don't want anyone on the other side to say, I'm going to vote no first on witnesses, but then later I'll determine it. If they vote for McConnell's resolution, they're making it far more difficult to vote in the future, later on in the trial. And finally, unlike the Clinton rules, the McConnell resolution allows a motion to dismiss at any time in the trial. So in short, contrary to what the leader has said, the McConnell rules are not at all like the Clinton rules. The Republican leader's resolution is based neither in precedent nor in principle. It is driven by partisanship and the politics of the moment. Today, I'll be offering amendments to fix the many flaws in Leader McConnell's deeply unfair resolution and seek the witnesses and documents we've requested, beginning with an amendment to have the Senate subpoena White House documents. Let me be clear, these amendments are not dilatory. They only seek one thing, the truth. That means relevant documents. That means relevant witnesses. That's the only way to get a fair trial, and everyone in this body knows it. Each Senate impeachment trial in our history, all 15 that were brought to completion, feature witnesses. Every single one. The witnesses we request are not Democrats. They're the president's own men. The documents are not Democratic documents. They're documents, period. We don't know if the evidence of the witnesses or the documents will be exculpatory to the president or incriminating. But we have an obligation, a solemn obligation, particularly now during this most deep and solemn part of our Constitution, to seek the truth and then let the chips fall where they may. My Republican colleagues have offered several explanations for opposing witnesses and documents at the start of the trial. None of them has much merit. Republicans have said we should deal with the question of witnesses later in the trial. Of course, it makes no sense to hear both sides present their case first and then afterward decide if the Senate should hear evidence. The evidence is supposed to inform arguments, not come after they're completed. Some Republicans have said the Senate should not go beyond the House record by calling any witnesses. But the Constitution gives the Senate the sole power to try impeachments, not the sole power to review, not the sole power to rehash, but to try. Republicans have called our request for witnesses and documents political. If seeking the truth is political, then the Republican Party is in serious trouble. The White House has said that the articles of impeachment are brazen and wrong. Well, if the president believes his impeachment is so brazen and wrong, why won't he show us why? Why is the president so insistent that no one come forward, that no documents be released? If the president's case is so weak that none of the president's men can defend him under oath, shame on him and those who allow it to happen. What is the president hiding? What are our Republican colleagues hiding? Because if they weren't afraid of the truth, they'd say, go right ahead. Get at the truth. Get witnesses. Get documents. In fact, no point over the last few months have I heard a single solitary argument on the merits of why witnesses and documents should not be part of the trial. No Republican has explained why less evidence is better than more evidence. Nevertheless, Leader McConnell is poised to ask the Senate to begin the first impeachment trial of a president in history without witnesses, that rushes through the arguments as quickly as possible, that in ways both shameless and subtle will conceal the truth from the American people. Leader McConnell claimed that the House had ran the most rushed, least thorough, and most unfair impeachment inquiry in modern history. The truth is, Leader McConnell is plotting the most rushed, least thorough, and most unfair impeachment trial in modern history. And it begins today. The Senate has before it a very straightforward question. The President is accused of coercing a foreign power to interfere in our elections to help himself. It's the job of the Senate to determine if these very serious charges are true. The very least we can do is examine the facts, review the documents, hear the witnesses, try the case. Not run from it, not hide it, try it. Because if the President commits high crimes and misdemeanors, and Congress refuses to act, refuses even to conduct a fair trial of his conduct, then presidents, this president and future presidents, can commit impeachable crimes with impunity, and the order and rigor of our democracy will dramatically decline. The fail-safe, the final fail-safe of our democracy will be rendered moot. The most powerful check on the executive, the one designed to protect the people from tyranny, will be erased. In short time, my colleagues, each of us will face a choice about whether to begin this trial in search of the truth or in service of the President's desire to cover it up. Whether the Senate will conduct a fair trial and a full airing of the facts, or a rush to a predetermined political outcome. My colleagues, the eyes of the nation, the eyes of history, the eyes of the Founding Fathers are upon us. History will be our final judge. Will senators rise to the occasion? I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Chuck Schumer making his case that the process is unfair to begin with. But what's about to begin is something that we have only seen 3 times in American history. The first time was in the history books. Round 2 was 21 years ago this month in 1999. And in a moment, here on the floor of the Senate on the Capitol building in Washington, D.C., we will see the trial of the impeachment of President Donald Trump get underway. What will happen? We will watch and find out together. But to bring us up to date on what we think might happen next, Kristen Fisher, my colleague here on Capitol Hill, to take us through why don't we take it hour by hour first, Kristen? What do we expect?
Let's do it. I mean, today is all about debating the rules, right? And I think for a lot of people, when you hear that phrase, your eyes kind of glaze over. But debating the rules is critically important, especially when you're dealing with conventional thinking in which everybody thinks that they already know how this is going to end, which is the majority of Republicans in the Senate likely voting to acquit the president. So what we're going to see today, first up, the one senator that was not there last week for the big swearing in, he is going to be sworn in, and then Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is going to present his proposal for what he thinks the rules of this trial should be. And we already know quite a bit about them. He wants to fast track this trial. He wants opening arguments to be condensed into just 4 days. Each side would get 2 days, 12 hours a day. And that's McConnell's proposal. Then the Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, he's going to come out and he's going to offer his amendments to McConnell's proposal. And he obviously does not like that. And he said his first amendment is actually going to be to offer up say that the Senate should be allowed to subpoena some of those critical White House documents.
I think what we're about to see here could be some awfully boring television, but not in the first hour. The amendments should be vociferous, and we'll watch that together. Got a great panel, too. I want to bring in Josh Holmes to get a sense of what the Senate Majority Leader is thinking now. Josh used to work for Mitch McConnell, Chief of Staff, and Donna Brazile is with me as well, and Jim Trusty can take us to the legal side. I'm not sure when Mitch McConnell comes back out, but I want to try and squeeze in each of you for a preliminary comment for what we are about to watch. And Josh, let's begin with what you're hearing first.
Yeah, I mean, what McConnell laid out there is a pretty straightforward process that I think most people had wrapped their minds around here for the last 6-8 weeks about what exactly they want to do. And what it's designed to do is look exactly like the Clinton impeachment trial in the late 90s and provide, at least for a first phase, where they don't turn the Senate into a circus. I mean, basically what this is the first opportunity that the president and his team have to counter the charges that we will hear from House impeachment managers. The two of them set aside in their first stage without any sort of atmospherics of additional witnesses or some of the nonsense that's likely to take over the trial at some point, and just sort of litigate it out. What I was struck by, Bill, is Chuck Schumer's comments. I think at this point, Democrats, having gone through the House impeachment process, are very unaccustomed to having two sides of this coin. And what they want to do is continue to dictate to a Senate Republican majority how this process should go. And basically, that's not going to happen.
Josh, stand by for that. Donna, I want to bring you in and quick comment about what you expect. Chuck Schumer will certainly throw up a bit of an audio fight, we can say, but his chances of success, at least in the early hours, are not high.
Well, as you well know, Bill, history will be our guide, not just the punditry of the moment. I was there as a House staffer during the impeachment trial of President Bill Clinton. And let me just say, this resolution by Mitch McConnell deviates from the standard set back in 1999. For starters, over 90,000 documents was turned over by the president. In this case, only the transcripts of the Zelensky call was turned over, and it was modified. Number two, the key witnesses that had firsthand accounts. There's no question that the House impeachment would have preferred to have those witnesses. They did not come forward. We know that they have more evidence that would give us a better sense of what was going on. I do believe that what is going to happen today is that we're going to fight over the resolution, the McConnell resolution, but I think it should be said out from the outset, it does not follow the Clinton rules or precedent, and therefore it is going to be a partisan vote.
Let's get Jim Trusty to weigh in on that. How much does it deviate, Jim, 2 decades later, or does it?
Well, I mean, there's bits and pieces. It's not as overstated as Chuck Schumer makes it. I mean, one thing that really kind of cracks me up is the notion that 24 hours compressed into 2 days is this horrible violation of the ability to present their case. And if you're a litigator, you know that nobody has the attention span of 24 hours worth of argument. Remember, this isn't testimony. These are people, people from the House of Representatives standing up and giving their theories, their opinions, their stem-winder speeches about President Trump's guilt. 24 hours is almost cruel and unusual punishment for anyone to watch, whether it's packed into 2 days or 3 days. So, again, I'd be real curious to see if on the Republican side, if they even keep to that, or if they realize that brevity might serve them well. But I think that's a pretty hollow complaint overall, because nobody needs 24 hours of argument about such a narrow bit of factual testimony.
Well, there will be a multitude of comparisons in 1999, Josh. And in 1999, neither side even consumed their 24 hours of arguments. And it's hard to think about how anyone could go on for a full day with their legal arguments today. Would you expect that, especially from the president's lawyers and the team that he has organized?
Well, you're exactly right, Bill. I mean, in 1999, both the impeachment managers and the president's defense used less than 12, so less than half of what we're talking about to present their cases. It is certainly not a limiting amount of time to present it. But what I think is most curious about this is when the House Democratic impeachment managers talk about wanting to introduce new witnesses and introduce new evidence, which is, I guess, most of what we're complaining about here on day one, it's an implicit argument against the process that they went through in the House. And what I mean by that is they had the entirety of the process under their control. They could call whomever they wanted. They could litigate executive privilege if they would have liked to. If they wanted John Bolton, they clearly could have had John Bolton, and they didn't do that. And what we were told at the time was that this process was it had to be done very quickly. It was too urgent. And then most importantly, they already had a lockdown case that they've already proved beyond a reasonable doubt that this president should be impeached. But now you fast forward to the Senate, what they're saying is that that case that they made to the House is not beyond a reasonable doubt, which is, by the way, not even the standard here, but it's so in question that the core of their argument at this point is that they need new information to add to what they've already litigated in the House in order to even make the case, which I think is undercuts their basic core argument here.
We also will keep a very close eye on 4 or 5 Republican senators that have gotten a lot of attention over the last month, namely Mitt Romney from Utah and Lamar Alexander from Tennessee. They had statements coming out last night that they say they support the outlines for what Mitch McConnell has laid out, so keep a close eye on that. Back here in Washington, Kristen, this is your hometown and this is your job covering Capitol Hill. Give our viewers a sense for the atmosphere and what the attitude and the mood has been as they approach this day today.
I mean, this is about as big as it gets here in Washington, especially here on Capitol Hill. I mean, you see all these senators parading into the Senate chambers. You hear protesters from our perch up here out off the Russell Rotunda. I mean, there is a sense that this is truly a historic moment. But then if you do kind of the Uber driver poll, right? I asked my Uber driver on the way in, are you really going to be paying attention? Are you really going to be watching? And he said, you know, but don't we already know what's going to happen, right? Isn't it almost certain that the Senate is going to vote to acquit the president? We don't know that for sure, but I do wonder how closely your average American is going to be paying attention, given the fact that so many Senate Republicans have said that they likely may not be swayed by what's presented.
How about all 100 senators having to check their phone at the door? This is a no Twitter zone inside.
It's going to be really a brutal 4 days, I think, for a lot of the senators. I mean, this means no communication with their staff or their team. They won't be privy to any tweets from President Trump. But, you know, I think the fact that President Trump is overseas in Davos, there was some debate about whether or not he should be there on a day like today in Washington, D.C., but his team made the call that it was probably good for him to be seen overseas, meeting with world leaders, touting the strong economy here in the United States. But it also keeps him distracted and probably just a little bit away from his Twitter feed.
1:08 now here in Washington, D.C. We expected the clock to strike at 1 o'clock, and then we gavel to order and see the swearing in of Jim Inhofe, and then we would be underway. We're still waiting that moment, just a tick behind schedule. And Donna Brazile rejoined the conversation there when you talk about the 4-week delay. After the House voted to impeach on 2 counts, you have 2 articles now, one obstruction, the other abuse of power. What was the effect, do you believe, of that 4-week delay, Donna?
Well, first of all, it was the holidays, and nothing happens in Washington during the holidays. But the other thing, if we're going to ignore all of the information that we learned even after the House produced a lot of evidence, let's not forget, the evidence that was produced was huge by any standard. And if that's all we're going with, Bill, that's fine. I think the senators should see that evidence. That evidence should be entered into the record as soon as possible. Imagine this was the Clinton impeachment trial, and Monica Lewinsky information would not be introduced. But in the last 4 weeks, we've learned even more, including the fact that the GAO, the Congressional Oversight, the Government Oversight Accountability Office, said that the president committed a crime, or the Trump administration had committed a crime. We need to see all of the evidence. If we're going to go through this exercise, whether you're watching or not watching, or DVR or whatever, we need to have all of the evidence, the witnesses, and if the president did nothing wrong, as his team has stated and the president has stated, then produce the evidence. Let's see it for ourselves. We, the American people, deserve to have a trial, not a coronation, a trial.
Jim, on that point, and if Donna is right on the new evidence that has come forth over the last couple of weeks, did the House go too fast in not trying to formulate a better case that will be before these senators?
Well, no matter what, they made that decision, right? I mean, they were the ones that created kind of this speed circus where they had to rush through, and they very purposefully steered away from anything that could slow it down by way of litigation. So if they really wanted to build an obstruction case, and this is the part that really has me bothered for historical precedent, they would have gone ahead and issued subpoenas and tried to enforce subpoenas and fought over things like motions to quash those subpoenas or the assertions of privilege. They would not do that. And now they turn around and say just saying no to unsubpoenaed testimony, for instance, is an obstruction, is a federal crime. And to me, that's the one thing that I don't really need any additional record for. That's the one thing that, as a matter of law, I would hope the Senate would take up after these arguments and dismiss without witnesses. As far as other witnesses, they should have all of the transcripts, whether they're down in the Senate basement or out in the open. That should all be part of a record, and the record should close. I mean, there's some basic fairness here that you don't just keep things open and spring the latest headline on a president facing impeachment as the trial goes on.
A lot of this, frankly, to all of you, is a bit of guesswork. Because if we do get underway within the next couple of minutes here, are we really, Josh, headed till 1 o'clock in the morning? Or would they go into what's called a closed session where they could negotiate back and forth and reduce the hours or the time limit? We mentioned a moment ago that they didn't take the allotted 24 hours that was given to them in 1999. What would be your expectation, just as a guess at the moment, as to how today unfolds, Josh?
Well, I mean, it's a question of pain tolerance, honestly. And day one, it's a little bit different than the subsequent days in terms of what the process looks like. This will be a debate on the resolution that's basically the organizing principle, how this trial is conducted. Clearly, Democrats are going to object to that, and Senator Schumer said at about 3 o'clock he'll be offering amendments to that resolution, which will undoubtedly attempt to instruct the Senate to consider different witnesses, different evidence, all kinds of things that weren't a part of that initial impeachment inquiry in the House. How long that goes is basically how long Senator Schumer wants to continue to make the Senate vote. What we do know is that by 1 o'clock on Wednesday, we will then begin the trial phase where both the House impeachment managers and then the defense have the capability of putting on their full case. And let's just be clear about what that is. They are not unfettered in terms of the arguments that they can make, but they are, like any trial and any sort of proceeding whatsoever, based upon the charges that have been brought in the House. And so once they're constrained by that, look, it's a free-for-all in what they ultimately argue, and I imagine that I'd be hard-pressed to think it'll last a full 24 hours on both sides, but they'll probably take, anywhere from 8 to 12 hours to make that case.
Well, Josh, 2 weeks from today is the State of the Union address.
That's right.
And there's been a lot of talk in the last 24 hours that Mitch McConnell wants to have this wrapped up within 2 weeks. Do you buy that theory, and do you think that's possible?
Well, I do think it's possible. I don't know that is a part of the calculation here. The other piece of this bill that we haven't talked about is the fact that you've got Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Amy Klobuchar, and others who are all running for president who would love to be in the state of Iowa right now where they have the caucuses the following Tuesday. So I think there's an awful lot of people who would like to process this in a very quick manner, not just Senator McConnell and President Trump. I think the Democrats feel like that as well. We'll just have to see how that works over the next several days.
Josh, thank you for that. Stand by here. We're waiting for more action here. It has not yet begun on the floor of the Senate, but when that begins, we will take you there live. And Donna, what Josh talks about there a moment ago is something that is on the minds of a lot of people, especially in the Democratic Party. What is the effect and the impact of essentially taking a player off the field of play 2 weeks before the Iowa caucus, when the folks in Iowa want to see you in their living room and their town halls making their case as to why they should caucus for them? With regard to Klobuchar and Warren and Sanders, and a really close caucus in Iowa, a couple of votes here or there could be the difference between a first or second and third place finish in that caucus. And that grabs or steals away a headline. What is your view on that, Don?
Well, and Senator Bennett, and don't forget, the president also must be renominated. So he also faced the test of going back to the voters for his renomination. But that said, look, they have surrogates. They have left not only digital tools, but most importantly, they've visited those 99 counties. They will not be able to reach everyone across the board, but it's important that they do their job. Their job right now is to be United States senators or jurors. They took an oath, a second oath, last week, and that is to be impartial jurors. If I was running their campaign, I would say, look, I have these tools on the ground. From time to time, I might need you to call in to a radio program or perhaps satellite in, but for now, do your job and sit as impartial jurors.
Just yesterday, Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen from Maryland, he argued on my program that you have Facebook Live. Maybe you do. Maybe that is sufficient in the year 2020. But for the people of Iowa, they want to shake your hand and they want to ask you questions face to face. Keep an eye on that. Mike Emanuel's on Capitol Hill behind us as we get ready for this. Mike, tell us what you're seeing, and perhaps a bit of a delay here. Is there an explanation for that? Good afternoon to you.
No, Bill, I've checked in with some leadership aides, and they say they expect they will be gaveling in shortly. They're not entirely sure what the delay is, but we do expect proceedings to get going. Supposed to get going at the top of the hour, and obviously clearly behind schedule. But I think what we're witnessing is kind of a heavyweight fight between Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and Senate Democratic Leader Chuck Schumer, two guys who know the institution of the Senate very well. They know the power they have, and McConnell knows that if he keeps his Republican senators together, unified, he's got the votes to shut down just about whatever Democrats want to do. So they're kind of playing multi-level chess here in the sense of you've got the proceedings against the president that will be taking place on the floor. McConnell's also got about a half dozen or so Republican senators up for re-election in purple or blue states this year, so he wants them to take as few difficult votes as possible in this process. Schumer wants them on the record a whole lot of times, and so he's going to offer a lot of amendments to try to force Republican senators to take difficult votes. And then the bottom line is, in November, they know, Chuck Schumer knows, if they can swing a net 4 seats in his direction, he could be Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. So you got a multi-level chess match going on between two guys who know the institution of the Senate very well, the power of the Senate very well, and we'll see it on full display here in a matter of moments.
Just a few more questions on that, Mike. There was talk earlier today that there could be some negotiating on this 12-hour day. If you start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, do you really go to 1 a.m.? Right. What do you have on that as to whether or not there was talk back and forth about reducing that or going forward with it?
Yeah, I've talked to some Democratic sources who say they don't think they want to do that, that they want the full amount of time. As it is, they are arguing that the process is rushed. And so will the Republicans offer that to perhaps pare down the time a little bit? Well, then one would think that the Democrats would want something in exchange for that. But it's going to be an endurance test in the coming days, because you're going to have a lot of older senators at their desks without any electronic devices, listening to hours and hours of testimony, and it makes you wonder if there's going to be a camera trying to get eyes closing on the Senate floor late at night, night after night after night. And so that's one of the many things that we'll be watching to see if there is some kind of an agreement to perhaps shut it down at a reasonable hour, considering it is an older body, the United States Senate.
It's my sense, Mike, that we are literally watching this unfold hour by hour. And hang on one second, Mike. Chief Justice John Roberts, presiding over this trial, is now on the floor of the Senate. Drop on him.
Last Thursday, will he please raise his right hand and be sworn? Do you solemnly swear that in all things appertaining to the trial of the impeachment of Donald John Trump, President of the United States, now pending, you will do impartial justice according to the Constitution and laws, so help you God?
I do.
The Secretary will note the name of the senator who has just taken the oath and will present the oath book to him for signature. The Sergeant at Arms will make the proclamation.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons are commanded to keep silent on pain of imprisonment while the Senate of the United States is sitting for the trial of the articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives against Donald John Trump, President of the United States.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
I'd like to state that for the information of all senators, the trial briefs filed yesterday by the parties have been printed and are now at each senator's desk.
The following documents will be submitted to the Senate for printing in the Senate Journal: the precept issued January 16, 2020, the writ of summons issued on January 16, 2020, and the receipt of summons dated January 16, 2020. The following documents, which were received by the Secretary of the Senate, will be submitted to the Senate for printing in the Senate Journal pursuant to the order of January 16, 2020. The answer of Donald John Trump, President of the United States, to the articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives against him on January 16, 2020, received by the Secretary of the Senate on January 18, 2020, the trial brief filed by the House of Representatives received by the Secretary of the Senate on January 18, 2020, the trial brief filed by the President received by the Secretary of the Senate on January 20, 2020, the replication of the House of Representatives received by the Secretary of the Senate on January 20, 2020, and the rebuttal brief filed by the House of Representatives received by the Secretary of the Senate on January 21, 2020. Now, without objection, the foregoing documents will be printed in the congressional record. I note the presence in the House of the Senate, in the Senate chamber, of the managers on the part of the House of Representatives and counsel for the President of the United States.
Mr. Chief Justice.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
I send to the desk a list of floor privileges for closed sessions. It's been agreed to by both sides. I ask that it be inserted in the record and agreed to by unanimous consent.
Without objection.
For the further information of all senators, I'm about to send a resolution to the desk providing for an outline of the next steps in these proceedings. It will be debatable by parties for 2 hours, equally divided. Senator Schumer will then send an amendment to the resolution to the desk. Once that amendment has been offered and reported, we'll have a brief recess. When we reconvene, Senator Schumer's amendment will be debatable by the parties for 2 hours. Upon the use or yielding back of time, I intend to move to table Senator Schumer's amendment. And so, Mr. Chief Justice, I send a resolution to the desk and ask that it be read.
The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 483, to provide for related procedures concerning the articles of impeachment against Donald John Trump, President of the United States. Resolved, that the House of Representatives shall file its record with the Secretary of the Senate, which will consist of those publicly available materials that have been submitted to or produced by the House Judiciary Committee, including transcripts of public hearings or markups and any materials printed by the House of Representatives or the House Judiciary Committee pursuant to House Resolution 660. Materials in this record will be admitted into evidence subject to any hearsay, evidentiary, or other objections that the President may make after opening presentations are concluded. All materials filed pursuant to this paragraph shall be printed and made available to all parties. The President and the House of Representatives shall have until 9 a.m. on Wednesday, January 22nd, 2020, to file any motions permitted under the rules of impeachment, with the exception of motions to subpoena witnesses or documents or any other evidentiary motions. Responses to any such motions shall be filed no later than 11 a.m. on Wednesday, January 22nd, 2020. All materials filed pursuant to this paragraph shall be filed with the Secretary and be printed and made available to all parties. Arguments on such motions shall begin at 1 p.m. on Wednesday, January 22nd, 2020, and each side may determine the number of persons to make its presentation, following which the Senate shall deliberate, if so ordered, under the impeachment rules, and vote on any such motions. Following the disposition of such motions, or if no motions are made, then the House of Representatives shall make its presentation in support of the articles of impeachment for a period of time not to exceed 24 hours over up to 3 session days. Following the House of Representatives presentation, the President shall make his presentation for a period not to exceed 24 hours over up to 3 session days. Each side may determine the number of persons to make its presentation. Upon the conclusion of the President's presentation, senators may question the parties for a period of time not to exceed 16 hours. Upon the conclusion of questioning by the Senate, there shall be 4 hours of argument by the parties, equally divided, followed by deliberation by the Senate, if so ordered under the impeachment rules, on the question of whether it shall be in order to consider and debate under the impeachment rules any motion to subpoena witnesses or documents. The Senate, without any intervening action, motion, or amendment, shall then decide by the yeas and nays whether it shall be in order to consider and debate under the impeachment rules any motion to subpoena witnesses or documents. Following the disposition of that question, other motions provided under the impeachment rules shall be in order. If the Senate agrees to allow either the House of Representatives or the President to subpoena witnesses, the witnesses shall first be deposed, and the Senate shall decide after deposition which witnesses shall testify pursuant to the impeachment rules. No testimony shall be admissible in the Senate unless the parties have had an opportunity to depose such witnesses. At the conclusion of deliberations by the Senate shall vote on each article of impeachment.
The resolution is arguable by the parties for 2 hours, equally divided. Mr. Manager Schiff, are you a proponent or opponent of this motion?
Managers are in opposition to this resolution.
Thank you. Mr. Cipollone, are you a proponent or opponent of the motion?
Mr. Chief Justice, we are a proponent of the motion.
Then, Mr. Cipollone, your side may proceed first, and we'll be able to reserve rebuttal time if you wish.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. Majority Leader McConnell, Democratic Leader Schumer, Senators. My name is Pat Cipollone. I am here as counsel to the President of the United States. Our team is proud to be here representing President Trump. We support this resolution. It is a fair way to proceed with this trial. It is modeled on the Clinton resolution, which had 100 senators supporting it the last time this body considered an impeachment. It requires the House managers to stand up and make their opening statement and make their case. They have delayed bringing this impeachment to this House for 33 days to this body. And it's time to start with this trial. It's a fair process. They will have the opportunity to stand up and make their opening statement. They will get 24 hours to do that. Then the President's attorneys will have a chance to respond. After that, all of you will have 16 hours to ask whatever questions you have of either side. Once that's finished and you have all of that information, we will proceed to the question of witnesses and some of the more difficult questions that will come before this body. We are in favor of this. We believe that once you hear those initial presentations, the only conclusion will be that the President has done absolutely nothing wrong, and that these articles of impeachment do not begin to approach the standard required by the Constitution, and in fact, they themselves will establish nothing beyond those articles. You look at those articles alone and you will determine that there is absolutely no case. So we respectfully ask you to adopt this resolution so that we can begin with this process. It is long past time to start this proceeding, and we are here today to do it. And we hope that the House managers will agree with us and begin this proceeding today. We reserve the remainder of our time for rebuttal.
Mr. Chief Justice, Senators, and Counsel for the President, the House managers, on behalf of the House of Representatives, rise in opposition to Leader McConnell's resolution. Let me begin by summarizing why. Last week, we came before you to present the articles of impeachment against the President of the United States for only the third time in our history. Those articles charge President Donald John Trump with abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. The misconduct set out in those articles is the most serious ever charged against a president. The first article, abuse of power, charges the president with soliciting a foreign power to help him cheat in the next election. Moreover, it alleges, and we will prove, that he sought to coerce Ukraine into helping him cheat by withholding official acts, two official acts: a meeting that the new president of Ukraine desperately sought with President Trump at the White House to show the world, and the Russians in particular, that the Ukrainian president had a good relationship with his most important patron, the President of the United States. And even more perniciously, President Trump illegally withheld almost $400 million in taxpayer-funded military assistance to Ukraine, a nation at war with our Russian adversary, to compel Ukraine to help him cheat in the election. Astonishingly, the President's trial brief filed yesterday contends that even if this conduct is proved, that there is nothing that the House or this Senate may do about it. It is the President's apparent belief that under Article 2 he can do anything he wants, no matter how corrupt, outfitted in gaudy legal clothing. And yet, when the founders wrote the impeachment clause, they had precisely this type of misconduct in mind. Conduct that abuses the power of his office for personal benefit, that undermines our national security, that invites foreign interference in our democratic process of an election. It is the trifecta of constitutional misconduct justifying impeachment. In Article 2, the President is charged with other misconduct that would likewise have alarmed the founders: the full, complete, and absolute obstruction of a co-equal branch of government, the Congress, during the course of its impeachment investigation into the President's own misconduct. This is every bit as destructive of our constitutional order as the misconduct charged in the first article. If a president can obstruct his own investigation, if he can effectively nullify a power the Constitution gives solely to Congress, indeed the ultimate power the Constitution gives to prevent presidential misconduct, then the president places himself beyond accountability, above the law, cannot be indicted, cannot be impeached. It makes him a monarch, the very evil against which our Constitution and the balance of powers it carefully laid out was designed to guard against. Shortly, the trial on these charges will begin, and when it has concluded, you'll be asked to make several determinations. Did the House prove that the President abused his power by seeking to coerce a foreign nation to help him cheat in the next election? And did he obstruct the Congress in its investigation into his own misconduct by ordering his agencies and officers to refuse to cooperate in any way, to refuse to testify, to refuse to answer subpoenas for documents, and through every other means? And if the House has proved its case, and we believe the evidence will not be seriously contested, you will have to answer at least one other critical question. Does the commission of these high crimes and misdemeanors require the conviction and removal of the president? We believe that it does, and that the Constitution requires that it be so, or the power of impeachment must be deemed a relic or a casualty to partisan times, and the American people left unprotected against a president who would abuse his power for the very purpose of corrupting the only other method of accountability, our elections themselves. And so you will vote to find the president guilty or not guilty, to find his conduct impeachable or not impeachable. But I would submit to you, these are not the most important decisions you will make. How can that be? How can any decision you will make be more important than guilt or innocence than removing the president or not removing the president. I believe the most important decision in this case is the one you will make today. The most important question is the question you must answer today. Will the president and the American people get a fair trial? Will there be a fair trial? I submit that this is an even more important question than how you vote on guilt or innocence, because whether we have a fair trial will determine whether you have a basis to render a fair and impartial verdict. It is foundational, the structure upon which every other decision you will make must rest. If you only get to see part of the evidence, if you only allow one side or the other a chance to present their full case, your verdict will be predetermined by the bias in the proceeding. If the defendant is not allowed to introduce evidence of his innocence, it's not a fair trial. So too for the prosecution. If the House cannot call witnesses or introduce documents and evidence, it's not a fair trial. It's not really a trial at all. Americans all over the country are watching us right now. And imagine they're on grand jury or they're on jury duty. Imagine that the judge walks into that courtroom and says that she's been talking to the defendant. And at the defendant's request, the judge has agreed not to let the prosecution call any witnesses or introduce any documents. The judge and the defendant have agreed that the prosecutor may only read to the jury the dry transcripts of the grand jury proceedings. That's it. Has anyone on jury duty in this country ever heard a judge describe such a proceeding and call it a fair trial? Of course not. That's not a fair trial. It's a mockery of a trial. Under the Constitution, this proceeding, the one we are in right now, is the trial. This is not the appeal from a trial. You are not appellate court judges. Okay, one of you is. And unless this trial is going to be different from every other impeachment trial or any other kind of trial for that matter, you must allow the prosecution and defense, the House manager and the president's lawyers to call relevant witnesses. You must subpoena documents that the president has blocked, but which bear on his guilt or innocence. You must impartially do justice as your oath requires. So what does a fair trial look like in the context of impeachment? The short answer is it looks like every other trial. First, the resolution should allow the House managers to obtain documents that have been withheld. First, not last, because the documents will inform the decision about which witnesses are most important to call. And when the witnesses are called, the documentary evidence will be available and must be available to question them with. Any other order makes no sense. Next, the resolution should allow the House managers to call their witnesses. And then the president should be allowed to do the same and any rebuttal witnesses. And when the evidentiary portion of the trial ends, the parties argue the case. You deliberate and render a verdict. If there's a dispute as to whether a particular witness is relevant or material to the charges brought, under the Senate rules, the Chief Justice would rule on the issue of materiality. Why should this trial be different than any other trial? The short answer is it shouldn't. But Leader McConnell's resolution would turn the trial process on its head. His resolution requires the House to prove its case without witnesses, without documents, and only after it's done will such questions be entertained, with no guarantee that any witnesses or any documents will be allowed even then. That process makes no sense. So what is the harm of waiting until the end of the trial, of kicking the can down the road on the question of documents and witnesses? Besides the fact it's completely backwards, trial first, then evidence, besides the fact that the documents would inform the decision on which witnesses and help in their questioning, the harm is this. You will not have any of the evidence the president continues to conceal throughout most or all of the trial. And although the evidence against the president is already overwhelming, you may never know the full scope of the president's misconduct or those around him. And neither will the American people.
The charges here involve the sacrifice of our national security at home and abroad, and a threat to the integrity of the next election. If there are additional remedial steps that need to be taken after the president's conviction, the American people must know about it. But if, as the public already jaded by experience has come to suspect, this resolution is merely the first step of an effort orchestrated by the White House to rush the trial, hide the evidence, and render a fast verdict, or worse, a fast dismissal, to make the president go away as quickly as possible to cover up his misdeeds, then the American people will be deprived of a fair trial and may never learn just how deep the corruption of this administration goes, or what other risks to our security and elections remain hidden. The harm will also endure for this body. If the Senate allows the president to get away with such extensive obstruction, it will affect the Senate's power of subpoena and oversight just as much as the House. The Senate's ability to conduct oversight will be beholden to the desires of this president and future presidents, whether he or she decides they want to cooperate with a Senate investigation or another impeachment inquiry and trial. Our system of checks and balances will be broken. Presidents will become accountable to no one. Now, it has been reported that Leader McConnell has already got the votes to pass this resolution, the text of which we did not see until last night and which has been changed even moments ago. And they say that Leader McConnell is a very good vote counter. Nonetheless, I hope that he's wrong. And not just because I think this process, the process contemplated by this resolution, is backwards and designed with the result in mind, and that the result is not a fair trial. I hope that he's wrong because whatever senators may have said or pledged or committed has been superseded by an event of constitutional dimension. You have all now sworn an oath. Not to each other, not to your legislative leadership, not to the managers or even to the Chief Justice. You have sworn an oath to do impartial justice. That oath binds you. That oath supersedes all else. Many of you in the Senate and many of us in the House have made statements about the president's conduct, or this trial, or this motion, or expectations. None of that matters now. That is all in the past. Nothing matters now but the oath to do impartial justice. And that oath requires a fair trial, fair to the president and fair to the American people. But is that really possible? Or as the founders feared, has factionalism or an excessive partisanship made that now impossible? One way to find out what a fair trial should look like, devoid of partisan consideration, is to ask yourselves, how would you structure the trial if you didn't know what your party was, and you didn't know what the party of the president was? Would it make sense to you to have the trial first and then decide on witnesses and evidence later? Would that be fair to both sides? I have to think that your answer would be no. Let me be blunt. Let me be very blunt. Right now, a great many, perhaps even most Americans, do not believe there will be a fair trial. They don't believe that the Senate will be impartial. They believe that the result is pre-cooked. The president will be acquitted. Not because he is innocent, he is not, but because the senators will vote by party and he has the votes. The votes to prevent the evidence from coming out, the votes to make sure the public never sees it. The American people want a fair trial. They want to believe their system of government is still capable of rising to the occasion. They want to believe that we can rise above party and do what's best for the country, but a great many Americans don't believe that will happen. Let's prove them wrong. Let's prove them wrong. How? By convicting the president? No, not by conviction alone. By convicting him if the House proves its case, and only if the House proves its case. But by letting the House prove its case, by letting the House call witnesses, by letting the House obtain documents, by letting the House decide how to present its own case, and not deciding it for us. In sum, by agreeing to a fair trial. Now let's turn to the precise terms of the resolution, the history of impeachment trials, and what fairness and impartiality require. Although we have many concerns about the resolution, I will begin with its single biggest flaw. The resolution does not ensure that subpoenas will, in fact, be issued for additional evidence that the Senate and the American people should have, and that the President continues to block to fairly decide the President's guilt or innocence. Moreover, it guarantees that subpoenas will not be issued now, when they would be most valuable to the Senate, the parties, and the American people. According to the resolution the leader has introduced, first, the Senate receives briefs and filings from the parties. Next, it hears lengthy presentations from the House and the President. Now, my colleagues, the President's lawyers, have described this as opening statements. But let's not kid ourselves. That is the trial that they contemplate. The opening statements are the trial. They'll either be most of the trial or they'll be all the trial. If the Senate votes to deprive itself of witnesses and documents, the opening statements will be the end of the trial. So to say, let's just have the opening statements and then we'll see, means let's have the trial. And maybe we can just sweep this all under the rug. So you'll hear these lengthy presentations from the House. There will be a question and answer period for the senators, and then and only then, after essentially the trial is over, after the briefs have been filed, after the arguments have been made, after the senators exhaust all their questions, only then will the Senate consider whether to subpoena crucial documents and witness testimony that the President has desperately tried to conceal from this Congress and the American people. Documents and witness testimony that, unlike the Clinton trial, have not yet been seen or heard. It is true that the record compiled by the House is overwhelming. It is true the record already compels the conviction of the President. In the face of unprecedented resistance by the President, the House assembled a powerful case, evidence of the President's high crimes and misdemeanors that includes direct evidence and testimony of officials who were unwilling and unwitting in this scheme and saw it for what it was. Yet there is still more evidence, relative and probative evidence, that the President continues to block, that would flesh out the full extent of the President's misconduct and those around him. We have seen that over the past few weeks, new evidence has continued to come to light, as the Nonpartisan Government Accountability Office has determined that the hold on military to Ukraine was illegal and broke the law, as John Bolton has offered to testify in the trial, as one of the President's agents, Lev Parnas, has produced documentary evidence that clarifies Mr. Giuliani's activities on behalf of the President and corroborates Ambassador Sondland's testimony that everyone was in the loop, as documents released under the Freedom of Information Act have documented the alarm at the Department of Defense while the President illegally withheld military support for Ukraine, an ally at war with Russia, without explanation. As a senior Office of Management and Budget official, Michael Duffy instructed Defense Department officials on July 25th, 90 minutes after President Trump spoke by phone with President Zelensky, the Defense Department should pause all obligation of Ukraine military assistance under its purview. 90 minutes after that call. Duffy added, quote, "Given the sensitive nature of the request, I appreciate your keeping that information closely held to those who need to know to execute the direction." Although the evidence is already more than sufficient to convict, there is simply no rational basis for the Senate to deprive itself of all relevant information in making such a hugely consequential judgment. Moreover, as the President's answer to his summons and his trial brief make clear, the President now attempts to contest the facts, albeit in false and misleading ways. But the President should not have it both ways. He should not be permitted to claim that the facts uncovered by the House are wrong, while also concealing mountains of evidence that bear precisely on those facts. If this body seeks impartial justice, it should ensure that subpoenas are issued and that they are issued now, before the Senate begins extended proceedings based on a record that every person in this room and every American watching at home knows does not include documents and witness testimony. It should, because the President would not allow it to be so. Complying with these subpoenas would not impose a burden. The subpoenas cover narrowly tailored and targeted documents and witnesses that the President has concealed. The Senate deserves to see the documents from the White House, the State Department, the Office of Management and Budget, the Department of Defense. These agencies already should have collected and at least preserved these documents in response to House subpoenas. Indeed, in some cases, agencies have already produced documents in FOIA lawsuits, albeit in heavily redacted form. And witnesses with direct knowledge or involvement should be heard. That includes the President's acting Chief of Staff, Mick Mulvaney, his former National Security Advisor, John Bolton, who has publicly offered to testify, two senior officials integral to implementing the President's freeze on Ukraine's military aid also have very relevant testimony. Why not hear it? Robert Blair, who serves as Mulvaney's senior advisor, Michael Duffy, a senior official at OMB, and other witnesses with direct knowledge that we reserve the right to call later, but these witnesses with whom we wish to begin the trial. Last month, President Trump made clear that he supported having senior officials testify before the Senate during his trial, declaring that he would love to have Secretary Pompeo, Mr. Mulvaney, now former Secretary Perry, and, quote, many other people testify in the Senate trial.
So, when it's fair, if it would be fair in the Senate, I would love to have Mike Pompeo, I'd love to have Mitch, I'd love to have Rick Perry, and many other people testify.
The Senate has an opportunity to take the President up on his offer to make his senior aides available, including Mr. Mulvaney and Secretaries Perry and Pompeo. But now the President is changing his tune. The bluster of wanting these witnesses to testify is over, notwithstanding the fact that he has never asserted a claim of privilege during the course of the House impeachment proceedings. He threatens to invoke one now in a last-ditch effort to keep the rest of the truth from coming out. The President sends his lawyers here to breathlessly claim that these witnesses or others cannot possibly testify because it involves national security. Never mind that it was the President's actions in withholding military aid from an ally at war that threatened our national security in the first place. Never mind that the most impeachable, serious offenses will always involve national security because they will involve other nations, and that misconduct based on foreign entanglement was what the framers feared most. The President's absurdist argument amounts to this: we must endanger national security to protect national security. We must make a President's conduct threatening our security beyond the reach of impeachment power if we are to save the presidency. This is dangerous nonsense. As justices of the Supreme Court have underscored, the Constitution is not a suicide pact. But let us turn from the abstract to the very concrete, and let me show you just one example of what the President is hiding in the name of national security. There is a document which the President has refused to turn over, in which his top diplomat in Ukraine says to two other appointees of the President, "As I said on the phone, I think it's crazy to withhold security assistance for help with a political campaign." The administration refuses to turn over that document and so many more. We only know about its existence. We have only seen its contents because it was turned over by a cooperating witness. This is what the President would hide from you and from the American people. In the name of national security, he would hide graphic evidence of his dangerous misconduct. The only question is, and it is the question raised by this resolution, will you let him? Last year, President Trump said that Article 2 of the Constitution will allow him to do anything he wanted. And evidently believing that Article 2 empowered him to denigrate and defy a co-equal branch of government, he also declared that he will fight all subpoenas. Let's hear the President's own words.
Then I have an Article 2 where I have the right to do whatever I want as president. Well, we're fighting all the subpoenas.
True to his pledge to obstruct Congress, when President Trump faced an impeachment inquiry in the House of Representatives, he ordered the executive branch to defy every single request on every single subpoena. He issued this order through his White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, on October 8, the same counsel that stood before you a moment ago to defend the president's misconduct. He then affirmed it again at a rally on October 10. Following President Trump's categorical order, we never received key documents and communications. It is important to note, in refusing to respond to Congress, the President did not make any formal claim of privilege ever. Instead, Mr. Cipollone's letter stated, in effect, that the President would withhold all evidence in the executive branch unless the House surrendered to demands that would effectively place President Trump in charge of the inquiry into his own misconduct. Needless to say, that was a non-starter and designed to be so. The President was determined to obstruct Congress no matter what we did. And his conduct since, his attacks on the impeachment inquiry, his attacks on witnesses, have affirmed that the President never had any intention to cooperate under any circumstance. And why? Because the evidence and testimony he conceals would only further prove his guilt. The innocent do not act this way. Simply stated, this trial should not reward the President's obstruction by allowing him to control what evidence is seen and when it is seen and what evidence will remain hidden. The documents the President seeks to conceal include White House records, including records about the President's unlawful hold on military aid, State Department records, including text messages and WhatsApp messages exchanged by the State Department and Ukrainian officials, and notes to file written by career professionals as they saw the President's scheme unfold in real time. OMB records demonstrating efforts to fabricate an after-the-fact rationale for the President's orders and showing internal objections that the President's orders violated the law. Defense Department records reflecting bafflement and alarm that the President suspended military aid to a key security partner without explanation. Many of the President's aides have also followed his orders and refused to testify. These include central figures in the impeachment inquiry, including White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, former National Security Advisor John Bolton, and many others with relevant testimony, like Robert Blair and Michael Duffy. Mr. Blair, who serves as a senior advisor to Acting Chief of Staff Mulvaney, worked directly with Mr. Duffy, a political appointee in the Office of Management and Budget, to carry out the President's order to freeze vital military and security assistance to Ukraine. The Trump administration has refused to disclose their communications, even though we know from written testimony, public reporting, and even Freedom of Information Act lawsuits that they were instrumental in implementing the hold and extending it at the President's express direction, even as career officials warned accurately that doing so would violate the law. The President has also made the insupportable claim that the House should have enforced its subpoenas in court and allowed the President to delay his impeachment for years. If we had done so, we would have abdicated our constitutional duty to act on the overwhelming facts before us and the evidence the President was seeking to cheat in the next election. We could not engage in a deliberately protracted court process while the President continued to threaten the sanctity of our elections. Resorting to the courts is also inconsistent with a Constitution that gives the House the sole power of impeachment. If the House were compelled to exhaust all legal remedies before impeaching the president, it would interpose the courts or the decision of a single judge between the House and the power to impeach. Moreover, it would invite the president to prevent his own impeachment by endlessly litigating the matter in court, appealing every judgment, engaging in every frivolous motion or device. Indeed, in the case of Don McGahn, the president's lawyer who was ordered to fire the special counsel and lie about it, he was subpoenaed by the House in April last year, and there is still no final judgment. A president may not defeat impeachment or accountability by engaging in endless litigation. Instead, it's been the long practice of the House to compile core evidence necessary to reach a reasoned decision about whether to impeach, and then to bring the case here to the Senate for a full trial. That is exactly what we did here, with an understanding that the Senate has its own power to compel documents and testimony. It would be one thing if the House had shown no interest in documents or witnesses during its investigation, although even there, the House has the sole right to determine its proceedings, as long as it makes the full case to the House, as it did. But it is quite another when the president is the cause of his own complaint, when the president withholds witnesses and documents and then attempts to rely on his own noncompliance to justify further concealment. President Trump made it crystal clear we would never see a single document or a single witness when he declared, as we just watched, that he would fight all subpoenas. As a matter of history and precedent, it would be wrong to assert that the Senate is unable to obtain and review new evidence during a Senate trial, regardless of why evidence was not produced in the House. You can and should insist on receiving all of the evidence so you can render impartial justice and can earn the confidence of the public in the Senate's willingness to hold a fair trial. Under the Constitution, the Senate does not just vote on impeachments. It does not just debate them. Instead, it is commanded by the Constitution to try all cases of impeachment. If the founders intended for the House to try the matter and the Senate to consider an appeal based on the cold record from the other chamber, they would have said so. But they did not. Instead, they gave us the power to charge and you the power to try all impeachments. The framers chose their language and the structure for a reason. As Alexander Hamilton said, the Senate is given awful discretion in matters of impeachment. The Constitution thus speaks to senators in their judicial character as a court for the trial of impeachments. It requires them to aim at real demonstrations of innocence or guilt, and it requires them to do so by holding a trial. The Senate has repeatedly subpoenaed and received new documents, often many of them while adjudicating cases of impeachment. Moreover, the Senate has heard witness testimony in every one of the 15 Senate trials, full Senate trials in the history of this republic, including those for Presidents Andrew Johnson and Bill Clinton. Indeed, in President Andrew Johnson's Senate impeachment trial, the House managers were permitted to begin presenting documentary evidence to the Senate on the very first day of the trial. The House managers' initial presentation of documents in President Johnson's case carried on for the first 2 days of trial, immediately after which witnesses were called to appear in the Senate. This has been the standard practice in prior impeachment trials. Indeed, in most trials, this body has heard from many witnesses, ranging from 3 in President Clinton's case to 40 in President Johnson's, and well over 60 in other impeachments. As these numbers make clear, the Senate has always heard from key witnesses when trying an impeachment. The notion that only evidence that was taken before the House should be considered is squarely and unequivocally contrary to Senate precedent. Nothing in law or history supports it. To start, consider Leader McConnell's own description of his work in a prior Senate impeachment proceeding. After serving on the Senate Trial Committee in the case of Judge Claiborne, Leader McConnell described how the Senate committee, quote, labored intensively for more than 2 months, amassing the necessary evidence and testimony. In the same essay, Leader McConnell recognized the full body's responsibility for amassing and digesting evidence. There was certainly a lot of evidence for the Senate to amass and digest in that proceeding, which involved charges against a district court judge. The Senate heard testimony from 19 witnesses, and it allowed for over 2,000 pages of documents to be entered into the record over the course of that trial. At no point did the Senate limit evidence to what was before the House. It did the opposite, consistent with unbroken Senate practice in every single impeachment trial, every single one. For example, of the 40 witnesses who testified during President Johnson's Senate trial, only 3 provided testimony to the House during its impeachment inquiry. Only 3. The remaining 37 witnesses in that presidential impeachment trial testified before the Senate. Similarly, the Senate's full first impeachment trial, which involved charges against Judge Pickering, involved testimony from 11 witnesses, all of whom were new to the impeachment proceedings and had not testified before the House. There are many other examples of this point, including the Senate's most recent impeachment trial of Judge POTUS in 2010. It is one that many of you and some of us know well. It, too, is consistent with this long-standing practice. There, the Senate heard testimony from 26 witnesses, 17 of whom had not testified before the House during its impeachment inquiry. Thus, there is a definitive tradition of the Senate hearing from new witnesses when trying articles of impeachment. There has never been a rule limiting witnesses to those who appeared in the House or limiting evidence before the Senate to that which the House itself considered. And that is because, as Senator Hiram Johnson explained in 1934, the integrity of Senate impeachment trials depend heavily upon the witnesses who are called, their appearance on the stand, their mode of giving testimony. There is thus an unbroken history of witness testimony in Senate impeachment trials, presidential and judicial. I would argue in the case of a president, it is even more important to hear the witnesses and see the documents. Any conceivable doubt on this score, and there should be none left, is dispelled by the Senate's own rules for trial of impeachment. Obtaining documents and hearing live witness testimony is so fundamental that the rules of procedure and practice in the Senate when sitting on impeachment trials, which date back to the 19th century, devote more attention to the gathering, handling, and admission of new evidence than any other single subject. These rules expressly contemplate that the Senate will hear evidence and conduct a thorough trial when sitting as a court of impeachment. At every turn, they reject the notion that the Senate would take the House's evidentiary record, blind itself to everything else, and vote to convict or acquit. For example, Rule 6 says the Senate shall have the power to compel the attendance of witnesses and enforce obedience to its orders. Rule 7 authorizes the presiding officer to rule on all questions of evidence, including but not limited to questions of relevancy, materiality, and redundancy. This rule, too, presumes that the Senate trial will have testimony giving rise to such questions. Rule 11 authorizes the full Senate to designate a committee of senators to receive evidence and take testimony at such times and places as the committee may determine. As Rule 11 makes clear, the committee's report must be transmitted to the full Senate for final adjudication. But nothing herein, the rule states, shall prevent the Senate from sending for any witness and hearing his testimony in open Senate or by order of the Senate involving the entire trial in the open Senate. Here, too, the Senate's operative impeachment rules expressly contemplate and provide for subpoenaing witnesses and hearing their testimony as part of the Senate trial. And the list goes on. These rules plainly contemplate a robust role for the Senate in gathering and considering evidence. They reflect centuries of practice of accepting and requiring new evidence in Senate trials. This Senate should honor that practice today by rejecting this resolution. What about the Clinton trial? What about the Clinton trial that will be argued? Even if we are departing from every other impeachment trial in history, including the impeachment of President Andrew Johnson, what about the Clinton trial? Aren't we following the same processes in the Clinton trial? The answer is no. First, the process for the Clinton trial was worked out by mutual consent among the parties. That is not true here, where the process is sought to be imposed by one party on the other. Second, all of the documents in the Clinton trial were turned over prior to the trial. All 90,000 pages of them, so they could be used in the House's case. None of the documents have been turned over by the President in this case. And under Leader McConnell's proposal, none may ever be. They certainly won't be available to you or to us during most or all of the trial. If we are really going to follow the Clinton precedent, the Senate must insist on the documents now, before the trial begins. Third, the issue in the Clinton trial was not one of calling witnesses, but of recalling witnesses. All of the key witnesses in the Clinton trial had testified before the grand jury or been interviewed by the FBI, one of them dozens of times, and their testimony was already known. President Clinton himself testified on camera and under oath before the Senate trial. He allowed multiple chiefs of staff and other key officials to testify, again, before the Senate trial took place. Here, none of the witnesses we seek to call, none of them have testified or been interviewed by the House. And as I said, the President cannot complain that we did not call these witnesses before the House when their unavailability was caused by the President himself. And last, as you will remember, those of you that were here, the testimony in the Clinton trial involved decorum issues that are not present here. You may rest assured, whatever else the case may be, such issues will not be present here. In sum, the Clinton precedent, if you're serious about it, if we're really serious about modeling this proceeding after the Clinton trial, the Clinton precedent is one where all the documents had been provided up front, where all the witnesses had testified up front prior to the trial. That is not being replicated by the McConnell resolution, not in any way, not in any shape, not in any form, far from it. The traditional model followed in President Johnson's case and all of the others is really the one that's most appropriate to the circumstances. The Senate should address all the documentary issues and most of the witnesses now, not later. The need to subpoena documents and testimony now has only increased due to the President's obstruction for several reasons. First, his obstruction has made him uniquely and personally responsible for the absences of the witnesses before the House. Having ordered them not to appear, he may not be heard to complain now that they followed his orders and refused to testify. To do otherwise only rewards the President's obstruction and encourages future presidents to defy lawful process in impeachment investigations. Second, if the President wishes to contest the facts and his answer and trial brief indicates that he will try, he must not continue to deny the Senate access to the relevant witnesses and documents that shed light on the very factual matters he wishes to challenge. The Senate trial is not analogous to an appeal where the parties must argue the facts on the basis of the record below. There is no record below. There is no below. This is the trial. Third, the President must not be allowed to mislead the Senate by selectively introducing documents while withholding the vast body of documents that may contradict them. This is very important. The President must not be allowed to mislead you by introducing documents selectively and withholding all of the rest. All of the relevant documents should be produced so there is full disclosure of the truth. Otherwise, there is a clear risk that the President will continue to hide all evidence harmful to his position while selectively producing documents without any context or opportunity to examine their creators. And finally, you may infer the President's guilt from his continuing efforts to obstruct production of documents and witnesses. The President has said he wants witnesses like Mulvaney and Pompeo and others to testify, and that his interactions with Ukraine have been perfect. Counsel has affirmed today that will be the president's defense. His conduct was perfect. It's perfect. Perfectly fine to coerce an ally by withholding military aid to get help cheating in the next election. That will be part of the president's defense, although albeit not worded in that way. But now he has changed course and does not want these witnesses to testify. The logical inference in any court of law would be that the party's continued obstruction of lawful subpoenas may be construed as evidence of guilt. Let me conclude. The facts will come out in the end. The documents which the president is hiding will be released through the Freedom of Information Act or through other means over time. Witnesses will tell their stories in books and film. The truth will come out. The question is, will it come out in time? And what answer shall we give if we did not pursue the truth now and let it remain hidden until it was too late to consider on the profound issue of the president's guilt or innocence? There are many overlapping reasons for voting against this resolution, but they all converge on a single idea: fairness. The trial should be fair to the House, which has been wrongly deprived of evidence by a president who wishes to conceal it. It should be fair to the president, who will not benefit from an acquittal or dismissal if the trial is not viewed as fair, if it is not viewed as impartial. And fair to you senators, who are tasked with the grave responsibility of determining whether to convict or acquit, and should do so with the benefit of all of the facts. And fair to the American people, who deserve the full truth and who deserve representatives who will seek it on their behalf. And with that, Mr. Chief Justice, I yield back.
Mr. Cipollone, Mr. Sekulow, you have 57 minutes available.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice, members of the Senate, Leader McConnell, Democratic Leader Schumer. It's also my privilege to represent the President of the United States before this chamber. Senator Schumer said earlier today that the eyes of the founders are on these proceedings. Indeed, that's true. But it is the heart of the Constitution that governs these proceedings. And what we just heard from Manager Schiff, courts have no role, privileges don't apply. What happened in the past, we should just ignore. In fact, Manager Schiff just said, try to summarize my colleague's defense of the president. He said it not in those words, of course, which is not the first time Mr. Schiff has put words into transcripts that did not exist. Mr. Schiff also talked about a trifecta. I'll give you a trifecta. During the proceedings that took place before the Judiciary Committee, the President was denied the right to cross-examine witnesses. The President was denied the right to access evidence. And the President was denied the right to have counsel present at hearings. That's a trifecta. A trifecta that violates the Constitution of the United States. Mr. Schiff did say the courts really don't have a role in this. Executive privilege, why would that matter? It matters because it's based on the Constitution of the United States. One manager said that it is you that are on trial, the Senate. He also said that, and others did, that you're not capable of abiding by your oath. And then we had the invocation of the ghost of the Mueller report. I know something about that report. It came up empty on the issue of collusion with Russia. There was no obstruction. In fact, the Mueller report, to the contrary of what these managers say today, came to the exact opposite conclusions of what they say. Let me quote from the House impeachment report at page 16. Although President Trump has in times invoked the notion of due process, an impeachment trial, an impeachment inquiry is not a criminal trial and should not be confused with it. Believe me, what has taken place in these proceedings is not to be confused with due process. Because due process demands, and the Constitution requires, that fundamental fairness and due process, we're hearing a lot about due process is designed to protect the person accused. When the Russia investigation failed, it devolved into the Ukraine. A quid pro quo. When that didn't prove out, it was then bribery or maybe extortion, or somebody said, one of the members or the members of the House said treason. But instead we get two articles of impeachment. Two articles of impeachment that have a vague allegation about a non-crime allegation of abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. Managers, right here, before you today, who have said that executive privilege and constitutional privileges have no place in these proceedings. On June 28, 2012, Attorney General Eric Holder became the first United States Attorney General to be held in both civil and criminal contempt. Why? Because President Obama asserted executive privilege. With respect to the Holder contempt proceedings, Mr. Manager Schiff wrote, "The White House assertion of privilege is backed by decades of precedent that has recognized the need for the President and his senior advisors to receive candid advice and information from their top aides." Indeed, that's correct. Not because Manager Schiff said it, but because the Constitution requires it. Mr. Manager Nadler said that the effort to hold Eric Holder, Attorney General Holder, in contempt for refusing to comply with various subpoenas was, quote, politically motivated, and Speaker Pelosi called the Holder matter, and I quote, a little more than a witch hunt. What are we dealing with here? Why are we here? Are we here because of a phone call? Or are we here before this great body because since the President was sworn into office, there was a desire to see him removed? I remember in the Mueller report, there were discussions about, remember, insurance policies. The insurance policy didn't work out so well. So then we moved to other investigations. I guess you would call it reinsurance or an umbrella policy. And that didn't work out so well. And here we are today. Manager Schiff quoted the Supreme Court, and I'd like to make reference to the Supreme Court as well. It was then Justice Rehnquist, later to be Chief Justice Rehnquist, who wrote for the majority in United States versus Russell in 1973. These are the words. "We may someday be presented with a situation in which the conduct of law enforcement agents is so outrageous that due process principles would absolutely bar the government from invoking judicial process to obtain a conviction. That day is today." That day was a year ago. That day was in July when Special Counsel Mueller testified. I am not today going to take the time to review, and I will do it later, the pattern and practices of irregularities that have gone on in these investigations from the outset. But to say that the courts have no role, the rush to impeachment, to not wait for a decision from a court on an issue as important as executive privilege, as if executive privilege hasn't been utilized by presidents since our founding. This is not some new concept. We don't waive executive privilege, and there's a reason we keep executive privilege, and we assert it when necessary. And that is to protect the Constitution and the separation of powers. The president's opponents, in their rush to impeach, have refused to wait for complete judicial review. That was their choice. Speaker Pelosi clearly expressed her impatience and contempt for judicial proceedings when she said, "We cannot be at the mercy of the courts." Think about that for a moment. We cannot be at the mercy of the courts. So take Article 3 of the United States Constitution, remove it. We're acting as if the courts are an improper venue to determine constitutional issues of this magnitude. That is why we have courts. That is why we have a federal judiciary. It was interesting when Professor Turley testified before the House Judiciary Committee in front of Mr. Nadler's committee. He said, we have 3 branches of government, not 2. If you impeach a president, if you make a high crime and misdemeanor out of going to courts and abuse of power, it's your abuse of power. You know, it's more than that. A lot more than that. There's a lot more than an abuse of power if you say the courts don't apply. Constitutional principles don't apply. Let's start with a clean slate as if nothing happened. A lot has happened. As we proceed in the days ahead, we will lay out our case. We're going to put forward to the American people, but more important, for the Constitution's sake, what's taken place here. But this idea that we should ignore what has taken place over the last 3 years is outrageous. We believe that what Senator McConnell has put forward provides due process, allows the proceedings to move forward in an orderly fashion. 33 days. 33 days they held on to those impeachment articles. 33 days. It was such a rush of national security to impeach this president before Christmas that they then held him for 33 days. To do what? To act as if they negotiate, the House of Representatives should negotiate the rules of the United States Senate. They didn't hide this. This was the express purpose. This was the reason they did it. We're prepared to proceed. Majority Leader, Democratic Majority Leader, we're prepared to proceed. In our view, these proceedings should begin. I yield the rest of my time to my colleague, the White House counsel. Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice.
Cipollone.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. I just want to make a couple of additional points. It's very difficult to sit there and listen to Mr. Schiff tell the tale that he just told. Let's remember how we all got here. They made false allegations about a telephone call. The President of the United States declassified that telephone call and released it to the public. How's that for transparency? When Mr. Schiff found out that there was nothing to his allegations, he focused on the second telephone call. He made false, and his colleagues made false allegations about that second telephone call that occurred before the one he had demanded. So the President of the United States declassified and released that telephone call. Still nothing. Again, complete transparency in a way that, frankly, I'm unfamiliar with any precedent of any President of the United States releasing a classified telephone call with a foreign leader. When Mr. Schiff saw that his allegations were false, and he knew it anyway, what did he do? He went to the House, and he manufactured a fraudulent version of that call. He manufactured a false version of that call. He read it to the American people, and he didn't tell them it was a complete fake. Do you want to know about due process? I'll tell you about due process. Never before in the history of our country has a president been confronted with this kind of impeachment proceeding in the House. It wasn't conducted by the Judiciary Committee. Now, Mr. Nadler, when he applied for that job, told his colleagues when they took over the House that he was really good at impeachment. But what happened was the proceedings took place in a basement of the House of Representatives. The president was forbidden from attending. The president was not allowed to have a lawyer present. In every other impeachment proceeding, the president has been given a minimal due process. Nothing here. Not even Mr. Schiff's Republican colleagues were allowed into the SCIF. Information was selectively leaked out. Witnesses were threatened. Good public servants were told that they would be held in contempt. They were told that they were obstructing. What does Mr. Schiff mean by obstructing? He means that unless you do exactly what he says, regardless of your constitutional rights, then you're obstructing. The president was not allowed to call witnesses. By the way, there's still evidence in the SCIF that we haven't been allowed to see. I wonder why. No witnesses. Now let's think about something else for a second. Let's think about something else. They held these articles for 33 days. We hear all this talk about an overwhelming case. An overwhelming case that they're not even prepared today to stand up and make an opening argument about. That's because they have no case. Frankly, they have no charge. When you look at these articles of impeachment, they're not only ridiculous, they are dangerous to our republic. And why? First of all, the notion that invoking your constitutional rights to protect the executive branch, that's been done by just about every president since George Washington, that is obstruction. That is our patriotic duty, Mr. Schiff, particularly when confronted with a wholesale trampling of constitutional rights that I'm unfamiliar with in this country. Frankly, it's the kind of thing that our State Department would criticize if we see it in foreign countries. We've never seen anything like it. And Mr. Schiff said, have I got a deal for you? Abandon all your constitutional rights. Forget about your lawyers and come in and do exactly what I say. No thank you. No thank you. And then he says he has the temerity to come into the Senate and say, we have no use for courts. It's outrageous. Now let me tell you another story. There's a man named Charlie Kupperman. He is the Deputy National Security Advisor. He is the number 2 to John Bolton. Because you have to remember, Mr. Schiff wants you to forget, but you have to remember how we got here. They threatened him. They sent him a subpoena. Mr. Kupperman did what any American should be allowed to do, used to be allowed to do. He was forced to get a lawyer. He was forced to pay for that lawyer. And he went to court. Mr. Schiff doesn't like courts. He went to court. And he said, Judge, tell me what to do. I have obligations that frankly rise to what the Supreme Court has called the apex of executive privilege in the area of national security. And then I have a subpoena from Mr. Schiff. What do I do? You know what Mr. Schiff did? Mr. Kupperman went to the judge, and the House said, never mind, we withdraw the subpoena, we promise not to issue it again. And then they come here and they ask you to do the work that they refuse to do for themselves. They ask you to trample on executive privilege. Now, would they ever suggest that the executive could determine on its own what the speech or debate clause means? Of course not. Would they ever suggest that the House could invade the discussions that the Supreme Court has behind closed doors? I hope not. But they come here and they ask you to do what they refuse to do for themselves. They had a court date. And they withdrew the subpoena, they evaded a decision, and they're asking you to become complicit in that evasion of the courts. It's ridiculous. And we should call it out for what it is. Obstruction for going to court? It's an act of patriotism to defend the constitutional rights of the president, because if they can do it to the president, they could do it to any of you, and they could do it to any American citizen, and that's wrong. And Lawrence Tribe, who's been advising them, I guess he didn't tell you that in the Clinton impeachment he said it's dangerous to suggest that invoking constitutional rights is impeachable. It's dangerous. And you know what? It is dangerous, Mr. Schiff. So what are we doing here? Okay. We have the House that completely concocted a process that we've never seen before. They locked the president out. Oh, and by the way, will Mr. Schiff give documents? We asked him for documents. We asked him for documents when, contrary to his prior statements, it turned out that his staff was working with the whistleblower. We said, let us see the documents, release them to the public. We're still waiting. So the idea that they would come here and lecture the Senate. By the way, I was surprised to hear that, did you realize you're on trial? Mr. Nadler's putting you on trial. Everybody's on trial except for them. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. They said in their brief, we have overwhelming evidence, and they're afraid to make their case. Think about it. Think about it. It's common sense. Overwhelming evidence to impeach the President of the United States. And then they come here on the first day and they say, you know what, we need some more evidence. Now let me tell you something. If I showed up in any court in this country and I said, Judge, my case is overwhelming, but I'm not ready to go yet. I need more evidence before I can make my case. I would get thrown out in 2 seconds. And that's exactly what should happen here. That's exactly what should happen here. It's too much to listen to almost. The hypocrisy of the whole thing. And what are the stakes? What are the stakes? There's an election in almost 9 months. Months from now, there's going to be an election. Senators in this body the last time had very wise words. They echoed the words of our founders. A partisan impeachment is like stealing an election. And that's exactly what we have. We have, talk about the framers' worst nightmare. It's a partisan impeachment that they've delivered to your doorstep in an election year. Some of you are upset because you should be in Iowa right now. But instead we're here, and they're not ready to go. And it's outrageous. It's outrageous. And the American people won't stand for it, I'll tell you that right now. They're not here to steal one election, they're here to steal 2 elections. It's buried in the small print of their ridiculous articles of impeachment. They want to remove the President Trump from the ballot. They won't tell you that. They don't have the guts to say it directly, but that's exactly what they're here to do. They're asking the Senate to attack one of the most sacred rights we have as Americans, the right to choose our president in an election year. It's never been done before. It shouldn't be done before. Now, the reason it's never been done is because no one ever thought that it would be a good idea for our country, for our children, for our grandchildren, to try to remove a president from a ballot, to deny the American people the right to vote based on a fraudulent investigation conducted in secret with no rights. Well, I could go on, but my point is very simple. It's long past time that we start this so we can end this ridiculous charade and go have an election. Thank you very much, Mr. Chief Justice.
Does the President's counsel yield back the remainder of their time? Thank you. The Democratic leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, I send an amendment to the desk to subpoena certain documents and records from the White House, and I ask that it be read.
The clerk will read the document.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment number 1284. At the appropriate place in the resolving clause, insert the following. Section, notwithstanding any other provision of this resolution pursuant to Rules 5 and 6 of the Rules and Procedure and Practice in the Senate when sitting on impeachment trials, 1, the Chief Justice of the United States, through the Secretary of the Senate, shall issue a subpoena to the acting Chief of Staff of the White House, commanding him to produce, for the time period from January 1st, 2019 to the present, all documents, communications, and other records within the possession, custody, or control of the White House, including the National Security Council, referring or relating to A, all meetings and calls between President Trump and the President of Ukraine, including documents, communications, and other records related to the scheduling of, preparation for, and follow-up from the President's April 21st and July 25th, 2019 telephone calls, as well as the President's September 25th, 2019 meeting with the President of Ukraine in New York. B, all investigations, inquiries, or other probes relating to Ukraine, including any that relate in any way to 1, former Vice President Joseph Biden, 2, Hunter Biden and any of his associates, 3, Burisma Holdings Limited, also known as Burisma, 4, interference or involvement by Ukraine in the 2016 United States election, 5, the Democratic National Committee, or 6, CrowdStrike. C, the actual or potential suspension, withholding, delaying, freezing, or releasing of United States foreign assistance, military assistance, or security assistance of any kind to Ukraine, including but not limited to the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, USAI, and foreign military financing, FMF. D, all documents, communications, notes, and other records created or received by Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, then National Security Advisor John R. Bolton, Senior Advisor to the Chief of Staff Robert B. Blair, and other White House officials relating to efforts to 1, solicit, request, demand, induce, persuade, or coerce Ukraine to conduct or announce investigations, 2, offer, schedule, cancel, or withhold a White House meeting for Ukraine's president, or 3, hold and then release military and other security assistance to Ukraine. E, meetings at or involving the White House that related to Ukraine, including but not limited to 1. President Zelensky's inauguration on May 20th, 2019 in Kiev, Ukraine, including but not limited to President Trump's decision not to attend to ask Vice President Pence to lead the delegation, directing Vice President Pence not to attend, and subsequent decision about the composition of the delegation of the United States. 2. A meeting at the White House on or around May 23, 2019, involving, among others, President Trump, then Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations, Ambassador Kurt Volker, then Energy Secretary Rick Perry, and United States Ambassador to the European Union, Gordon Sondland, as well as any private meetings or conversations with those individuals before or after the larger meeting. 3. Meetings at the White House on or about July 10, 2019, involving Ukrainian officials Andrei Yermak and Oleksandr Danilyuk, and United States government officials, including but not limited to then National Security Advisor John Bolton, Secretary Perry, Ambassador Volker, Ambassador Sondland, to include at least a meeting in Ambassador Bolton's office and subsequent meeting in the wardroom. 4. A meeting at the White House on or around August 30th, 2019, involving President Trump, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, and Secretary of Defense Mark Esper. 5. A planned meeting later canceled in Warsaw, Poland, on or around September 1st, 2019, between President Trump and President Zelensky, and subsequently attended by Vice President Pence. And 6, a meeting at the White House on or around September 11, 2019, involving President Trump, Vice President Pence, and Mr. Mulvaney concerning the lifting of the hold on security assistance for Ukraine. F, meetings, telephone calls, or conversations related to any occasions in which the National Security Council officials reported concerns to National Security Council lawyers, including but not limited to National Security Council legal advisor John Eisenberg, regarding matters related to Ukraine, including but not limited to 1. The decision to delay military assistance to Ukraine, 2. The July 10, 2019 meetings at the White House with Ukrainian officials, 3. The President's July 25, 2019 call with the President of Ukraine, 4. A September 1, 2019 meeting between Ambassador Sondland and a Ukrainian official, and 5. The President's September 7, 2019 call with Ambassador Sondland. G. Any internal review or assessment within the White House regarding Ukraine matters following the September 9, 2019 request for documents from the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, the House Committee on Oversight and Reform, and the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, including but not limited to documents collected that pertain to the hold on military and other security assistance to Ukraine, the scheduling of a White House meeting for the President of Ukraine, and any requests for investigations by Ukraine. H, the complaint submitted by a whistleblower within the intelligence community on or around August 12, 2019 to the Inspector General of the intelligence community. I, all meetings or calls, including requests for or recordings of meetings or telephone calls, scheduling items, calendar entries, White House visitor records, and email or text messages using personal or work-related devices between or among 1. Current or former White House officials or employees, including but not limited to President Trump, and 2. Rudolph W. Giuliani, Ambassador Sondland, Victoria Tunsang, or Joseph DeGenova, and J. Former United States Ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Masha Yovanovitch, including but not limited to the decision to end her tour or recall her from the United States Embassy in Kiev, and 2. The Sergeant-at-Arms is authorized to utilize the services of the Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms or any other employee of the United States Senate in serving the subpoena authorized to be issued by this section.
Mr. Chief Justice.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
I now ask for a brief 15-minute recess before the parties are recognized to debate the Schumer amendment. Therefore, I ask consent the Senate stand in recess subject to the call of the chair.
Without objection, so ordered.
So we are now an hour and 35 minutes into this, and we have our first recess here. Senator Schumer has offered his First Amendment in the impeachment trial of President Donald John Trump here on Capitol Hill. With me, Kristen Fisher on Capitol Hill, and Mike Emanuel is working the hallways there outside the Senate chamber. Josh Holmes, former Chief of Staff to Mitch McConnell. Donna Brazile, former interim chair of the DNC, and Jim Trusty, our great legal mind that we're leaning on as well. Essentially, this is what you have. Chuck Schumer is trying to force documents to be approved that the Democrats want to get access to that pertain or relate to anything with regard to the phone call back in July with President Zelensky of Ukraine and or the meeting the two had in September at the United Nations of 2019. To Jim Trusty, let's go ahead and get your first take on what you think we have heard for the past 1 hour and 35 minutes, Jim.
Well, I think one thing is we might revisit whether they'll really use up every hour of their 12 hours a day. They may well be able to pull that off. But, look, I think both sides recognize the importance of getting out in front with their story, you know, kind of primacy and recency theories. So each party used an opportunity to address a very procedural, kind of wonkish question with a very full-throated argument on the merits of the case. I thought Mr. Schiff had decent moments when he talked about other impeachment proceedings having witnesses. But I think what we saw from the president's defenders was really a pretty smart tack, which was to make this about the hypocrisy of Adam Schiff, to blast away at the process that happened in the House. I mean, it's very difficult for Adam Schiff to legitimately claim to be a champion of due process when he was running around going outside of the court, even during, outside of the chambers, even during testimony, breaking in testimony to go announce to the press that President Trump is guilty. It does not come off as judicious. It doesn't come off as a guy who cared about fair play when he was running the show. So I think every opportunity for Jay Sekulow in particular to really blast away at how this thing was conducted, how they purposely avoided court, how they're now reaching out to guys like Lev Parnas as possible witnesses. I mean, I think there's some hay to be made there in terms of calling him a hypocrite in that way.
There's now a change in the resolution that Mitch McConnell initially offered, and we're going to go for a couple days now. It will not be within 48 hours, let's say. Kristen Fisher's got some more information as to how this came about. Kristen, with me here on the Hill.
Yeah, so right before this trial essentially began, we learned that Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell actually decided to add a day, meaning that now instead of 12-hour days, we could be getting a max of about 8 hours a day for opening arguments. And he also decided to allow House evidence to be included into the record. And we are now learning that a lot of this the reason that he decided to make this change had to do with one of the senators that we have been watching so closely, and that is Senator Susan Collins. Her spokesperson has issued a statement saying that she and a few other Republicans, it's unclear exactly who, but that Senator Susan Collins went to McConnell and said, these days are simply too long. That needs to be changed. It is going to look like Senate Republicans are simply trying to rush this trial through, not to mention what a tax it is on the senators and the House impeachment managers and the president's defense attorneys who have to sit through these epic days now from 12 down to 8 hours.
What's interesting about watching the camera here on screen is Senator Chuck Schumer is stopping to talk with reporters. The rules of the Senate require all 100 members to check their iPhone at the door. They have no access to their electronic device when they are sitting inside the Senate. Let's go down to Capitol Hill and check in with Mike Emanuel, see what he is finding out at the moment. Mike, what do you have for us? Okay, in a moment we'll establish that connection here and bring Mike in. But just to double down on what the point that Kristen is making here, then I'll get to Josh Holmes and Donna Brazile as well. They will debate each side 24 hours over 3 days or sessions, which could take you Monday, Thursday, possibly Friday of this week. The second idea, again, is that House record, the testimony that was allowed 21 years ago to pass from the House to the Senate initially was not included in the Senate resolution. However, given this, I guess we could call it a compromise of sorts, given the change in language, that will be the case. It will be admitted as evidence. However, each side retains the ability to argue what can be added or what can be struck in the days and weeks to come. Back to Mike Emanuel in a moment, but first Josh Holmes watching from afar as well. And Josh, what do you make of what you have seen and heard so far? To you.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, obviously, this is not a court proceeding, right? I think Jim sort of nailed a lot of that in his analysis. This is very much a political argument, something that I think Senator McConnell and others on the Republican side have contended all along, that what you're going to be hearing is basically a political argument based upon the critics of this administration and President Trump in particular. And I think Adam Schiff wasted zero time in trying to litigate that. I thought the president's team did an adequate job of providing several rejoinders on that front. I think this is ultimately what we're arguing about here is process. And again, you know, for something like impeachment, you're going to have to get far beyond process fouls in order to get to a place where people are comfortable in the least with removing a president of the United States. So in the end, I expect that this resolution from McConnell will pass. I think it likely will pass with those changes that you had mentioned unanimously within the Republican ranks with partisan division, obviously, with Democrats opposing, but we'll move on accordingly.
Josh, thank you. Stand by. Down in Brazil, I want to bring you into the conversation. Some of the comments I wrote down on behalf of Jay Sekulow. When we proceed, we will lay out our case. When he finished, Donna, Pat Cipollone went to the microphone and said they asked you to do their work. There's an election 9 months from now. First off, your observation thus far, Donna.
Well, as probably the only person on this panel that experienced the impact of foreign interference in 2016 and continue to experience that, I'm waiting to get to the evidence, to the facts of the case. I understand we have to argue the process. The process matters, especially when you announce that you're going to follow the Clinton model and then deviate. I think Senator McConnell made a wise move in amending his rule. And now it's time to begin to argue all of the facts that are before us. The so-called perfect phone call that we now know, or we should know, is not perfect. And also, perhaps let's address the lie. It is a lie that no Republicans were allowed in the shift. That's a lie. But beyond the lie, let's get down to the evidence that we have. And if the Senate decides not to bring forward the additional information that Mr. Schiff requested, just remember, by the end of the day, there's a FOIA request, and OMB will have to turn over documents. And then next month, the Department of Energy will also have to turn over documents. So while Mr. Schiff may have not gone to court to get those documents will come forward as they did over the holiday period, because others, journalists, are seeking those documents. Okay. So there's a lot of information that we will be talking about.
Let me come back to that in a moment. Mike Emanuel got the line established now. Let's get inside the, just outside the Senate chamber. What are you picking up on now, Mike?
Well, Bill, it was really stunning, the sudden change in procedures here on Capitol Hill. You had handwritten changes by Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, and what we have learned is that Senator Susan Collins and several of her colleagues approached McConnell at lunch today and said they had concerns about exactly what was going to happen, and that they said, what's the rush, and that they would like the House record included. And so he is listening to his members. He needs to keep Republicans together in order to maintain the majority, and so McConnell went along. So now they'll have 3 days to make the case to senators in the Senate chamber, and they will also allow some of the House record included, so senators will be able to refer to it and ask questions related to it, Bill.
Mike, thank you. Mike Emanuel there. I want to take you back. This is soundbite number 3. And Jim Trusty, I want you to respond to this. Pat Cipollone summarized what he believes is the entire case. Here he is, the president's lead attorney on the floor of the Senate.
We believe that once you hear those initial presentations, the only conclusion will be that the president has done absolutely nothing wrong, and that these articles of impeachment do not begin to approach the standard required by the Constitution.
Likewise, Chuck Schumer clearly had a response to that. Jim, what do you make? You were alluding to it a moment ago. What do you make of the initial, shall we say, opening arguments or opening statements on behalf of the White House lawyers?
I think they're pretty good, pretty tightly disciplined in terms of where they want to go. And I think there's really 3 layers that are kind of in descending order. The first is to attack the articles of impeachment on their face, to say this cannot be a constitutional impeachment because there's these vague terms that are not what the Constitution requires. And I think there's a good argument for that, to kind of push for an ultimate dismissal as opposed to an acquittal on the merits. The second prong of that should be attacking the process with the House, pointing out everything that happened below in terms of Adam Schiff, Starting an impeachment the day before the call was going to be declassified, announcing guilt and innocence all through it, not letting witnesses testify. There's plenty of stuff to talk about there, all the way through the gold pens that were issued in celebration. And then lastly, although not totally ignoring it, would be just getting down to the facts and the merits and talking about how the diplomatic corps that testified in the House were offering opinions that wouldn't normally be part of a court proceeding, that the law professor group that came in were offering kind of expert opinion on guilt or innocence, which again is totally foreign to the court process that we're at least mostly used to. And
Jim,
so all the deviations from due process, I think, would be fair game on that third prong.
What do you think of this tag team operation with Cipollone and Jay Sekulow? Working this. Is that something that is advisable? Is that a good strategy, or is that what we expect to happen here in the coming weeks?
Oh, I expect they're all going to divvy up. We'll see, Alan Dershowitz, we'll see Ken Starr. There's going to be a lot of appearances on that side of the aisle. There's at least some division of labor going on between them that will allow for that to happen. I think the interesting part's the converse, which is Adam Schiff really going to be the face of the House managers, because he himself personally is the guy they're going to go after. So the more he is the public speaker for the Democrats, the more interesting it's going to be to see how fiery the responses are.
On Adam Schiff, here is soundbite number 6. It runs about 40 seconds or so. This is part of his opening statements we could make for the California Democrat, who's really had a lead position on this from the very beginning. Here's Schiff.
The president now attempts to contest the facts, albeit in false and misleading ways. But the president should not have it both ways. He should not be permitted to claim that the facts uncovered by the House are wrong, while also concealing mountains of evidence that bear precisely on those facts. If this body seeks impartial justice, it should ensure that subpoenas are issued and that they are issued now, before the Senate begins extended proceedings based on a record that every person in this room and every American watching at home knows does not include documents and witness testimony. It should, because the president would not allow it to be so.
Now, Jim, that is not the last time we're going to hear that argument from Adam Schiff and Democrats. They're going to say the president and the White House got in the way of all that they were trying to conduct on the House side. For their part, Mitch McConnell and others are going to say you did not allow the case to unfold in the time that was required to obtain that material. Now, do you give 51 votes in the Senate to go for Schiff or Mitch McConnell on that point, Jim?
Well, I suspect McConnell, partly just because of the partisan nature of things, but also because, look, I mean, Schiff had the opportunity. In the law, we talk about this concept called unclean hands. You can't really accuse somebody else of doing something or urge them to do something when you had the opportunity to fix it yourself. And here, Adam Schiff purposefully didn't enforce subpoenas. He didn't want to go to court, didn't want to hear the answer about executive privilege. So it's a hollow cry, I think, to come out now and say, hey, we're all about due process, issue these subpoenas that we could have issued. I think that's the problem he has, is the personal kind of hypocrisy of that moment.
Jim, stand by. Alex Little's with me as well. He's a criminal defense attorney, also former U.S. attorney, and just trying to expand our legal scope here. And Alex, welcome to our coverage as we continue to wait for the senators to come back here and begin their session again. What Jay said, yeah, good afternoon to you. What is your sense so far about what you have heard here, Alex?
Well, I think, when you're fighting, what's unusual about an impeachment proceeding is that they are creating the rules of a trial as we go along. No two impeachments have been the same. This is the political part of what really is also supposed to be a legal fact-finding process. And so when you don't generally talk about votes in the context of finding facts. We have a judicial system, which we've had, and it's been modified over hundreds of years, but we're really seeing it happen in real time, which is fascinating because we're trying to fight about what it means to come to things like due process. What does it mean to actually determine facts? And what you're seeing on the floor is a fight about how we get to the ultimate question.
Pat Cipollone argued this: false allegations of a telephone call. He argued the president released the transcript of the phone call. Then he argued that Adam Schiff manufactured the phone call during a hearing.
Yeah.
Well, Alex, how much further do they take that argument in the coming weeks?
I think as far as the political process will allow them to take it. You know, if you made that argument in any sort of actual legal proceeding, you'd get laughed out of court because there's wiretaps, there's all sorts of conversations that happen that include coded language, or you don't know the context. And so what you do as a prosecutor in any other context is you provide the jury with the facts that surround that call. I think you're going to see the president try to focus on some specific words in that call, try to narrow it down to the transcript itself, and you're going to see Democrats try to say, look, this is part of a larger process that was going on to put pressure on a foreign government to target a political opponent. And that's, you're going to have this competition between the breadth of what Democrats want to show and the narrowness of what the president's team wants to focus on.
Yeah, to both of you, Alex, and let's bring back Jim Trusty in this question as well. When it comes to the U.S. Constitution, we were discussing earlier here, gentlemen, how little it actually says about the process for a Senate trial, but now we are in one. 1868, 1999, and now the year 2020. How much of a mystery is before us, Jim, and the American people to come?
Well, look, I don't know if the end result is a total mystery, but I do think that, you know, we're probably lucky, which I never thought I'd say, we're probably lucky that the Clinton impeachment happened to have at least some baseline. Most of us, you know, unlike you, Bill, most of us don't remember the Johnson impeachment hearing that well. So, you know, we don't have precise kind of guidance from that hearing as we do. I mean, look, the Republican team has Ken Starr on it. He's got institutional knowledge of all the nooks and crannies of that last one. So that's at least a good touchstone, a good starting point. But it was never going to be a perfectly bipartisan process in terms of establishing the rules. We knew that. It's inherently political. It's fun to kind of point out the differences between an impeachment proceeding and court, because courts are designed to give fairness to a defendant, too, to have due process. And so it's kind of a good comparison, even though it's obviously inexact. So, look, we're going to hear a lot about process. Today's the big day of establishing the ground rules, but I don't think for a minute we're going to get away from it for very long, either in analyzing what happened in the House or Democrats perhaps complaining about amendments not passing as we go forward. Because well, at some point the record's got to close, right?
Yeah, with regard to that, Alex, there's a book called The Impeachers. It was written by a woman by the name of Brenda Wineapple, and she reflected on the impeachment of 1868. And her exact words from her book are, quote, "No one knew what to do with regard to the trial of President Andrew Johnson."
Well, I think what's unusual about this, it's not just what the people don't know what to do, but I think it's uncertain what the result is going to be. I think there's a lot of talk. Listen, we know the president's going to be acquitted, or this is going to be the result. That's not how history works. These are historic moments, and I think you see, particularly in those times of real uncertainty, when senators know that this is going to be part of the historical record, it changes people's minds, or it causes people to do things. You know, we might get testimony here of Ambassador Bolton, the former national security advisor. That's one thing that Senator Romney has called for. If that happens, I mean, we have no idea where that will lead. And so what's interesting about these times is not just that there are no clear rules, but that sometimes fate intervenes.
But if if John Bolton is called as a witness, the White House could use executive privilege. That would bounce to the courts, would it not?
Not necessarily. I mean, the way that it's pretty clear is the first person to rule on that would be John Roberts. And here's this really fascinating constitutional structure where the Chief Justice is there to initially rule on an evidentiary question. If John Roberts says it's not, barred by privilege, it's going to be very difficult to convince, I think, courts in any segment that it should be barred.
Well, in 1999, Chief Justice William Rehnquist, it is written, Donna Brazil, and you probably remember this time as well, that he did as little as possible. Now, perhaps there's a situation that Alex describes there where Chief Roberts has to intervene here. But I tell you, Donna, I can remember vividly the House side of 1998. I can remember very little on the Senate side, and I wonder why that is. And you wonder if it's just this long slog. And really the most vivid memory from January of 1999 is the robe that Chief Justice Rehnquist wore to the proceedings, as I'm certain that you remember quite well, Donna.
And let me just say, for starters, Bill Clinton was really at a loss for words. He apologized. He was remorseful. He turned over documents. The witnesses that had come forward when they discussed whether or not they would retry those witnesses. A lot happened during that period. I recall, because not only was I a staffer and pretty much everything came to a halt and this is all we did, but we were preparing for the next election, and so everyone was watching it with bated breath as to how things would unfold. At the end of the day, I believe that there was some bipartisan, I guess, agreement on how things should work its way out. I remember Senator Daschle and Trent Lott meeting often to ensure that it would be conducted in a very civil way. Look, at the end of the day, I'm a Democrat. I did not vote for Donald Trump. I do not dislike Donald Trump. My interest in watching this and listening is for historical reasons. I hope that the president gets a fair trial, but I believe that a trial without witnesses and documents is not a trial.
Well, from 1999, and Josh, this is intriguing too, as we dip back into history and look at what could be of consequence or could not. Chief Rehnquist was a student of impeachments, yet he only had one example before him. He wrote a book in 1992 called Grand Inquests, and during President Clinton's trial of 1999, he essentially had one decision of significance, and that had to do with an objection on behalf of Senator Tom Harkin, a Democrat. Harkin was calling the senators jurors. And Chief Rehnquist said the Senate is not simply a jury. Counsel should refrain from referring to the senators as jurors. And that was about it. And maybe Chief Roberts has a bigger role in this or not, Josh.
Yeah, well, he does. I mean, it is a bit undefined. The one thing that I think is absolutely true is somebody like Chief Justice Roberts, and I think any Supreme Court justice would be very loath to express themselves in a way that would set, generational precedent for impeachment trials. I find it next to absolutely impossible that he would make a unilateral decision on executive privilege from the Senate chamber. That is totally unheard of. It would change the dynamic between the three branches of government with a snap of your fingers. There's no chance that that happens. If there is an executive privilege question that comes before the Senate, no question it will be litigated at some level, but that's what should have happened in the House. And one of the funny things about listening to Adam Schiff's presentation today was the contradictory nature of what he was telling people. On one hand, he said there is a mountain of evidence to convict this president. On the other, he said, we don't have the evidence. You need to go out and you need to admit new evidence, evidence that was not presented before the House of Representatives, witnesses that were not subpoenaed by the House of Representatives. We need that in order to make our case. Well, that's not the way it works here. Ultimately, the way it works is you bring impeachment articles based on the charges that you are levying against this president. If they have other things, Lev Parnas, if they have who knows what over the last 2 months, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and bring different articles, which I don't think that they will do. But it does go to the point of this is not a well-oiled machine as it comes before the Senate to try to present something as grave as the removal of the President of the United States.
Do you think it ever has been, Josh?
Yeah, no, when you look at 1999, say what you will about the circumstances that brought President Clinton to that impeachment. At that point, we knew he was guilty of perjury. He was guilty of a felony. There is no crime here that has even been alleged of the President of the United States. So there is a huge distinction just on that piece alone. But then the second piece of it, Bill, you heard Adam Schiff refer to all of the witnesses that were subpoenaed and all of the evidence that was gathered by the 1999 House of Representatives. I don't know if he knew it or not, but that inadvertently was a huge indictment on the House's process that it brought this case to the Senate without a mountain of evidence, as he would suggest.
Okay. I want to bring back our correspondents here on the Hill, Kristen Fisher and Mike Emanuel, and let's try as we can here. Let's take Pat Cipollone, for example, Kristen, and for some of us, it's the first time we've ever heard him speak. But he's been counsel with the White House going back to October of 2018. He goes back to the bar, the days that as Attorney General Barr was the Justice Department. That goes back some 20 or 30 years. What's interesting is that he now becomes the focus for what you would suggest would be a lot of Democratic ire directed toward him.
Absolutely. We've seen the president's attorneys really go after Adam Schiff, and on the other side, we're seeing the Democrats, the House impeachment managers, a few hours before this trial got underway, they sent Pat Cipollone a letter saying that we believe that you are a fact and material witness, that you were privy and perhaps a key player in some of the very moments that are at the center of this impeachment trial. So they are asking him to turn over a bunch of documents, and this led to one of the only statements, if not the only statement, from the White House during this trial today. It came from White House Deputy Press Secretary Hogan Gidley, and he said the idea that the counsel to the president has to turn over protected documents and confidential information is ludicrous, and to imply he can't represent the president of the United States in an impeachment proceeding is completely absurd. He then turned the tables and said that if anybody should not be allowed to be standing on the Senate floor today, it's Congressman Adam Schiff. So we're seeing, if you're the lead counsel either for the Democrats, the House impeachment managers, or for President Trump, you're going to be getting a lot of fire focused on you from either side over the next few days.
You will be a target on both sides. You're right about it, Kristen. Back inside to Mike Emanuel, now hearing what Chuck Schumer had to say. What was he expressing to reporters there, Mike?
Well, he is delighted because he says the fact that Republican senators went to Mitch McConnell and said we need changes in terms of allowing this testimony to continue over 3 days as opposed to 2 days, and including the House record. Schumer is now thinking that other changes can happen, and so he is hopeful that Republican senators may feel the heat from some of their constituents and go to McConnell and say we need documents and we need witnesses. And so Schumer is saying this is a win for their side at this point, this procedural change, and he's hopeful it'll be a significant win down the road if they can get the documents and witnesses that Democrats want in this trial, Bill.
Mike, this is a little difficult now, but just try and forecast this a little minute. When they come back after this amendment was proposed by Chuck Schumer, what is the next course of events? Do they vote on it now? Do they debate on it next? What happens?
Yeah, I mean, this is a new process for all of us, so I do believe in pretty short order they will be voting on it, and McConnell should have the votes to dismiss it, to table it, as they call it in Hill speak. But bottom line, they should be able to defeat this this amendment that Chuck Schumer wants, ultimately leading us to him offering other amendments. And then at the end of the day, whenever that is, a vote on the resolution, which McConnell believes, now that he made these slight tweaks responding to his conference, has the votes to basically set out the blueprint for the trial, setting the stage for the critical arguments starting probably tomorrow morning.
Okay, so it's 53-47 Republicans to Democrats. As you try and handicap this, Mike, what would be a good vote or a good outcome for McConnell on this? And conversely, are you able to say what would be a good number for Democrats?
Well, I think what's interesting is the fact that McConnell and company will be putting pressure on Doug Jones of Alabama, a Democratic senator from a red state up for re-election, hoping to pressure him. And I guess we're going back into session, so let's go back to you, Bill.
Sorry about that, Mike. Yeah, Mike Emanuel, stand by. Chief Justice Roberts now is back.
Okay. Mr. Schiff, you have an hour.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. In a moment, I will introduce House Manager Lofgren of California to respond on the amendment. But I did want to take this opportunity before certain representations became congealed to respond to my colleague's argument on the resolution at large. First, it's worth noting they said nothing about the resolution. They said nothing about the resolution. They made no effort to defend it. They made no effort to even claim that this was like the Senate trial in the Clinton proceeding. They made no argument that, well, this is different here because of this or that, or they made no argument about that whatsoever. They made no argument that it makes sense to try the case and then consider documents. They made no argument about why it makes sense to have a trial without witnesses. And why? Because it's indefensible. It's indefensible. No trial in America has ever been conducted like that. And so you heard nothing about it. And that should be the most telling thing about counsel's argument. They had no defense of the McConnell resolution because there is none. They couldn't defend it on the basis of Senate precedent. They couldn't defend it on the basis of Senate history, tradition. They couldn't defend it on the basis of the Constitution. They couldn't defend it at all. And so what did they say? Well, first they made the representation that the House is claiming there is no such thing as executive privilege. That's nonsense. No one here has ever suggested there's no such thing as executive privilege. But the interesting thing here is they've never claimed executive privilege. Not once during the House investigation did they ever say that a single document was privileged or a single witness had something privileged to say. And why didn't they invoke privilege? Why only now? And even now they haven't quite invoked it. Why only now? Why not in the House? Because in order to claim privilege, as they know because they're good lawyers, you have to specify which document, which line, which conversation, and they didn't want to do that because to do that, the president would have to reveal the evidence of his guilt. That's why they made no invocation of privilege. Now, they make the further argument that the House should only be able to impeach after they exhaust all legal remedies, as if the Constitution says the House shall have the sole power of impeachment, asterisk, but only after it goes to court, in the district court, then the Court of Appeals, and then en banc, and then the Supreme Court, and it's remanded, and they go back up the chain, and it takes years. Why didn't the founders require the exhaustion of legal remedies? Because they didn't want to put the impeachment process in the courts. And you know what's interesting is that while these lawyers for the president are here before you today saying the House should have gone to court, they are in court saying the House may not go to court to enforce its subpoenas. I kid you not. Other lawyers, maybe not the ones at this table, but other lawyers for the president, are in court saying the exact opposite of what they're telling you today. They're saying you cannot enforce congressional subpoenas. That's non-judiciable. You can't do it. Counsel brings up the case involving Charles Kupperman, who was a deputy to John Bolton on the National Security Council, and says he did what he should do. He went to court to fight us. Well, the Justice Department took the position he can't do that. So these lawyers are saying he should, and those lawyers are saying he shouldn't. They can't have it both ways. Now, interestingly, well, Mr. Kupperman, Dr. Kupperman went to court, and they applaud him for doing that. His boss, John Bolton, now says there's no necessity for him to go to court. He doesn't have to do it. He's willing to come and talk to you. He's willing to come and testify and tell you what he knows. The question is, do you want to hear it? Do you want to hear it? Do you want to hear from someone who was in the meetings, someone who described what the president did, this deal between Mulvaney and Sondland as a drug deal? Do you want to know why it was a drug deal? Do you want to ask him why it was a drug deal? Do you want to ask him why he repeatedly told people, go talk to the lawyers? You should want to know. They don't want you to know. They don't want you to know. The president doesn't want you to know. Can you really live up to the oath you've taken to be impartial and not know? I don't think you can. Now, they also made the argument that you'll hear more later on from apparently Professor Dershowitz that, well, abuse of power is not an impeachable offense. It's interesting that they had to go outside the realm of constitutional lawyers and scholars to a criminal defense lawyer to make that argument because no reputable constitutional law expert would do that. Indeed, the one they called in the House, the Republicans called in the House, Jonathan Turley, has said exactly the opposite. There's a reason that Jonathan Turley is not sitting at the table, much to his dismay, and that is because he doesn't support their argument. So they'll cite him for one thing, but they'll ignore him for the other. Now they say, oh, the president is very transparent. He may have refused every subpoena, every document request, but he released two documents. The document on the July 25th call and the document on the April 21st call. Well, let's face it. He was forced to release the record of the July 25th call when he got caught. When a whistleblower filed a complaint, when we opened an investigation, he was forced because he got caught. You don't get credit for transparency when you get caught. And what's more, what's revealed in that, of course, is damning. Now they point to the only other record he has apparently released, the April 21st call, and that's interesting too. Now that's just a congratulatory call, but what's interesting about it is the president was urged on that call to bring up the issue of corruption. And indeed, in the readout of that call, the White House misleadingly said he did. But now that we've seen the record, we see that he didn't. And notwithstanding counsel's claim in their trial brief that the president raised the issue of corruption in his phone call, the July 25th call, of course, that word doesn't appear in either conversation. And why? Because the only corruption he cared about was the corruption that he could help bring about. Now, Mr. Cipollone made the representation that Republicans were not even allowed in the depositions conducted in the House. Now, I'm not going to suggest to you that Mr. Cipollone would deliberately make a false statement. I will leave it to Mr. Cipollone to make those allegations against others. But I will tell you this, he's mistaken. He's mistaken. Every Republican on the 3 investigative committees was allowed to participate in the depositions, and more than that, they got the same time we did. You show me another proceeding, another presidential impeachment or other that had that kind of access for the opposite party. Now, there were depositions in the Clinton impeachment. There were depositions in the Nixon impeachment. So what they would say is some secret process. Well, they were the same private depositions in these other impeachments as well. Finally, a couple last points. They make the argument the president was not allowed in the Judiciary Committee, chaired by my colleague, Chairman Nadler, to be present, to present evidence, to have his counsel present. That is also just plain wrong. Just plain wrong. I'm not going to suggest to you they're being deliberately misleading here, but it is just plain wrong. You've also heard my friends at the other table make attacks on me and Chairman Adler. You'll hear more of that. I'm not going to do them the dignity of responding to them, but I will say this. They make a very important point, although it's not the point I think they're trying to make. When you hear them attack the House managers, what you're really hearing is, we don't want to talk about the president's guilt. We don't want to talk about the McConnell resolution and how patently unfair it is. We don't want to talk about how to pardon the expression, ass backwards it is to have a trial and then ask for witnesses. And so we'll attack the House managers because maybe we can distract you for a moment from what's before you. Maybe if we attack the House managers, you'll be thinking about them instead of thinking about the guilt of the president. So you'll hear more of that, and every time you do, every time you hear them attacking the House managers, I want you to ask yourselves, away from what issue are they trying to distract me? What was the issue that came up just before this? What are they trying to deflect my attention from? Why don't they have a better argument to make on the merits? Finally, Mr. Sekulow asks, why are we here? Why are we here? Well, I'll tell you why we're here. Because the president used the power of his office to coerce an ally at war with an adversary, at war with Russia, use the power of his office to withhold hundreds of millions of dollars of military aid that you appropriated and we appropriated to defend an ally and defend ourselves, because it's our national security as well. And why? To fight corruption? That's nonsense, and you know it. He withheld that money, and he withheld even meeting with him in the Oval Office, the president of Ukraine, because he wanted to coerce Ukraine into these sham investigations of his opponent that he was terrified would beat him in the next election. That's what this is about. You want to say that's okay? Their brief says that's okay. The president has a right to do it. On Article 2, we heard the president, he can do whatever he wants. You want to say that's okay? Then you got to say that every future president can come into office and they can do the same thing. Are we prepared to say that? Well, that's why we're here. I now yield to Representative Lofgren.
Mr. Chief Justice, Senators, Counsel for the President, the House managers strongly support Senator Schumer's amendment, which would ensure a fair, legitimate trial based on a full evidentiary record. The Senate can remedy President Trump's unprecedented cover-up by taking a straightforward step. It can ask for the key evidence that the president has improperly blocked. Senator Schumer's amendment does just that. The amendment authorizes a subpoena for White House documents that are directly relevant to this case. These documents focus on the president's scheme to strong-arm Ukraine, to announce an investigation into his political opponent, to interfere with the 2020 election. The documents will reveal the extent of the White House's coordination with the president's agents, such as Ambassador Sondland and Rudy Giuliani, who pushed the president's so-called drug deal on Ukrainian officials. The documents will also show us how key players inside the White House, such as the president's acting chief of staff, Mick Mulvaney, and his deputy, Robert Blair, helped set up the deal by executing the freeze on all military aid and withholding a promised visit to the White House. The documents include records of the people who may have objected to this scheme, such as Ambassador Bolton. This is an important impeachment case against the president. The most important documents are going to be at the White House. The documents Senator Schumer's amendment targets would provide more clarity and context about President Trump's scheme. The amendment prevents the president from hiding evidence, as he has previously tried to do. Now, the House subpoenaed these documents as part of the impeachment inquiry, but the president completely rejected this and every document subpoena from the House. As powerful as our evidence is, and make no mistake, it overwhelmingly proves his guilt, we did not receive a single document from the executive branch agency, including the White House itself. Recent revelations from press reports, Freedom of Information Act requests, and additional witnesses, such as Lev Parnas, underscore how relevant these documents and therefore why the president has been so desperate to hide them and his misconduct from Congress and from the American people. A trial without all the relevant evidence is not a fair trial. It would be wrong for you senators acting as judges to be deprived of relevant evidence of the president's offenses when you are judging these most serious charges. It would also be unfair to the American people, who overwhelmingly believe the president should produce all relevant documents and evidence. Now, documentary evidence is used in all trials for a simple reason. As the story goes, the documents don't lie. Documents give objective, real-time insight into the events under investigation. The need for such evidence is especially important in Senate impeachment trials. More than 200 years of Senate practice make clear that documents are generally the first order of business. They've been presented to the Senate before witnesses take the stand in great volume to ensure the Senate has the evidence it needs to evaluate the case. Now, documentary evidence in Senate trials has never been limited to the documents sent by the House. The Senate, throughout its existence, has exercised its authority pursuant to its clear rules of procedure to subpoena documents at the outset of a trial. We don't know with certainty what the documents will say. We simply want the truth, whatever that truth may be. So do the American people. They want to know the truth, and so should everybody in this chamber, regardless of our party affiliation. There are key reasons why this amendment is necessary. We'll begin by walking through the history and precedent of Senate impeachment trials. I'll let you know about the House's efforts to get the documents, which were met by the President and his administration's categorical commitment to hide all the evidence at all costs. And we'll address the specific need for these subpoenaed White House documents. I'll tell you why these documents are needed now, not at the end of the trial, in order to ensure a full, fair trial based on a complete evidentiary record. Now, some have suggested incorrectly that the Senate is limited only to evidence gathered before the House approved its articles of impeachment. Others have suggested, also incorrectly, that it would somehow be strange for the Senate to issue subpoenas. These claims are without any historical, precedential, or legal support. Over the past 2 centuries, the Senate has always understood that its sole power under the Constitution to try all impeachments requires the Senate to sit as a court of impeachment and hold a trial. In fact, the founders assigned sole authority only twice in the Constitution. First, giving the House sole authority to impeach, and second, giving the Senate sole authority to try that impeachment. If the founders had intended for the Senate to serve as some kind of appellate body, they would have said that. But no, instead they wrote this. Article 1, Section 3, the Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. The Senate has always received the relevant documents in impeachment trials, and indeed, the Senate's own rules of procedure and practice make clear that new evidence will be considered. Precedent shows this. All 15 full Senate impeachment trials considered new evidence. Let's look at a few examples that show the Senate takes new evidence in impeachment trials. The first ever presidential impeachment trial in 1868 against President Andrew Johnson allowed the House managers to spend the first 2 days of the trial introducing new documentary evidence. It was the same in Judge John Pickering's trial in 1804. New documents were presented to the Senate nearly a week before House managers made their opening statement and later throughout the trial. And, as been mentioned earlier by Mr. Schiff, in modern times, in 2010, George Porteous' impeachment trial included 7 months of pretrial discovery and 6,000 pages of documentary evidence admitted at trial. After that evidence was admitted, the Senate held its trial. President Clinton's case did not involve subpoenas for documents. Now, why was that? Because President Clinton had already produced a huge trove of documents. The independent counsel turned over to Congress some 90,000 pages of relevant documents gathered during the course of his years-long investigation. And I remember, as a member of the Judiciary Committee, going over to the Ford building, looking at the boxes of the document. But even with all those documents, the Clinton trial included the opportunity to present new evidence and the admission of additional documents and 3 witnesses. The Clinton impeachment precedent also shows how President Trump's refusal to produce any relevant documents in response to congressional subpoenas is different than past presidents, different from President Clinton, different from President Johnson, and less even than President Nixon. In short, not a single president has categorically refused to cooperate with an impeachment investigation. Not a single president has issued a blanket direction to his administration to produce no documents and no witnesses. These are the precedents the Senate must rely on. The Senate should issue a subpoena for documents at the very outset of the proceedings so that this body, the House managers, the President, can all account for those documents in their presentations and deliberations. It doesn't make sense to request and receive documents after the parties present their cases. The time is now to do that. So why is the amendment needed to prevent President Trump from continuing his categorical commitment to hide the evidence? In this case, the House sought White House documents. Why don't we have them? It's not because we didn't try. It's because the White House refused to give them to us. The President's defense team seems to believe that the White House is permitted to completely refuse to provide any documents without regard to whether or not it is privileged. They apparently believe that Congress's authority is subject to the approval of the President. But that's not what the Constitution says. Our Constitution sets forth a democracy with a system of checks and balances to ensure that no one, and certainly not the President, is above the law. Now, even President Nixon produced more than 30 transcripts of White House recordings and notes from meetings with the President. Here, even before the House launched the investigation that led to this trial. President Trump rejected Congress's constitutional responsibility to use its lawful authority to investigate his actions. He asserted that his administration was fighting all the subpoenas, proclaiming, "I have an Article 2, where I have the right to do whatever I want as president." Here is what he said.
Then I have an Article 2 where I have the right to do whatever I want as president.
Even after the House formally announced its investigation of the president's conduct in Ukraine, the president still continued his obstruction. Beginning on September 9th, 2019, the House investigative committees made 2 attempts to voluntarily obtain documents from the White House. The White House refused to engage with, frankly, or even respond to the House committees. On October 4th, the House Committee on Oversight and Reform set a subpoena to White House Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, this time compelling the production of documents from the White House by October 18th. On October 8th, before the White House documents were due, the White House counsel sent a letter to Speaker Pelosi stating the president's position that the President Trump and his administration cannot participate in this partisan inquiry under these circumstances. The president simply declared that he will not participate in an investigation he didn't like. 10 days later, on October 18th, the White House counsel sent a letter to the House confirming that it would continue to stonewall. The White House counsel again stated the president refused to participate. Well, the Constitution, Article 1, Section 2, says that the House shall have the sole power of impeachment, just as in Article 1, Section 3, the Senate has the sole power to try. Participation in a duly authorized congressional investigation isn't optional. It's not up to the president to decide whether to participate or not. The Constitution gives the House the sole power of impeachment. It gives the Senate the sole power to try all impeachments. The president may not like being impeached, but if the president, not the Congress, decides when impeachment proceedings are appropriate, then the impeachment power is no power at all. And if you let him block from Congress and from the American people the evidence to cover up his offenses, then the impeachment power truly will be meaningless. With all the back and forth about these documents, we've heard the phrase executive privilege. The president and his lawyers keep saying it. They talk about vast legal rights to justify hiding the truth, withholding information, but that's a distraction. That's not what the Constitution provides, and the truth is, as has been mentioned by Mr. Schiff, in the course of the entire impeachment inquiry, President Trump has not once asserted executive privilege, not a single time. It was not the reason provided by Mr. Cipollone for refusing to comply with the House's subpoena. Indeed, President Trump didn't offer legal justification for withholding the evidence. Here's the truth. Presidents, members of Congress, judges, and the Supreme Court have recognized throughout our nation's history that Congress's investigative power are at their absolute peak during impeachment proceedings. Your powers. Executive privilege cannot be a barrier to give absolute secrecy to cover up wrongdoing. If it did, the House and the Senate would see their power disappear. When President Nixon tried that argument by refusing to produce tape recordings to prosecutors and to Congress, he was soundly rebuked by the other 2 branches of government. The Supreme Court unanimously ruled against him. The House Judiciary Committee voted that he be impeached for obstruction of Congress. It would be remarkable for the United States Senate to declare, for the first time in our nation's history, that the president has an absolute right to decide whether his own impeachment trial is legitimate. And it would be extraordinary for the Senate to refuse to seek important documentary evidence, especially when the President has yet to assert any privilege to justify withholding documents. Now, there's another reason this amendment is important. The documents sought are directly relevant to the President's misconduct. The White House is concealing documents involving officials who have direct knowledge of key events at the heart of this trial. This isn't just a guess. We know these documents exist from the witnesses who testified in the House and from other public release of documents. And let's walk through those specific documents that the White House should send to the Senate. They include, among other documents, relating to President Trump's direct communications with President Zelensky, President Trump's request for political investigations, including communications with Rudy Giuliani, Ambassador Sondland, and others, President Trump's unlawful hold of the $391 million of military aid, concerns that White House officials reported to NSC legal counsel in real time, the President's decision to recall Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch from Ukraine. The first set of documents the Senate should get about President Trump's communication with the President of Ukraine would include the phone calls on April 21st and July 25th, as well as the September 25th, 2019 meeting with President Zelensky in New York. We know, for example, that NSC officials prepared talking points for the President in preparation for both calls with the Ukrainian President. The talking points were about American policy, as reflected by the votes of Congress, as well as the Trump administration itself. They didn't include any mention of the Bidens or the 2016 election interference or investigations that President Trump requested on the July 25th call. Here's a clip of Lieutenant Colonel Vindman explaining how the President ignored the points about American policy, reflecting the views of both the Congress and the Trump administration.
Colonel Vindman, if I could turn your attention to the April 21st call, that is the first call between President Trump and President Zelensky. Did you prepare talking points for the President to use during that call?
Yes, I did.
And did those talking points include rooting out corruption in Ukraine?
Yes.
That was something the President was supposed to raise in the conversation with President Zelensky?
Those were the recommended talking points that were cleared through the NSC staff for the President, yes.
The materials provided for the July 25th call that Lieutenant Colonel Vindman mentioned are highly relevant. They could help confirm that the President's actual statements to President Zelensky were unrelated to the foreign policy objectives of his own administration and show that they served his own personal interests at the expense of America's national security interests. These documents also include handwritten notes and other documents that White House officials generated during the calls and meetings. We know, for example, that Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, Mr. Morrison, Jennifer Williams, all testified to taking contemporaneous handwritten notes during the July 25th call. Ms. Williams and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman both testified that President Zelensky made an explicit reference to Burisma that was not included in the memorandum that the White House released to the public. Here's a clip of their testimony.
Both of you recall President Zelensky in that conversation raising the issue or mentioning Burisma, do you not?
That's correct.
Correct. And yet the word Burisma appears nowhere in the call record that's been released to the public. Is that right?
That's right.
Correct.
Why do you need documents generated after the calls and meetings? They would shed light on how these events were perceived in the White House and what actions were taken moving forward. For example, National Security Advisor John Bolton wasn't on the 25th call, but he was apparently informed about the contents of the call afterward. His reaction, once he was informed, would be helpful to understanding the extent to which President Trump's action deviated from American policy and American security interests. There's another set of documents that the Senate should get, and they relate to the political investigations that President Trump and his agents repeatedly asked Ukrainian officials to announce. These documents about efforts to pressure Ukraine to announce investigations and the decision to place a hold on military aid to Ukraine, they would be very important for you to evaluate the president's conduct. For example, Ambassador Bolton is a first-hand witness to President Trump's abuse of power. He reported directly to the president. He supervised the entire staff of the National Security Council. Public reports indicate that John Bolton is a voracious note-taker in every meeting. From witness testimony, we know that Ambassador Bolton hosted the July 10th, 2019 meeting where Ambassador Sondland told Ukrainian officials that the promised White House meeting would be scheduled if they announced the investigations. We know Bolton was briefed about this meeting immediately following it when Ambassador Sondland said he had a deal with Mick Mulvaney to schedule the promised White House meeting if Ukraine announced investigations into the Bidens and the 2016 election. We also know Ambassador Bolton was involved in briefing the president on a presidential decision memorandum in August, reflecting the consensus interagency opinion that Ukrainian security assistance was vital to America's national security, something the Congress had approved, appropriated, something the president had signed. Press reports indicate that he, too, was involved in a late August Oval Office meeting where he, Secretary Pompeo, and Secretary Esper all tried to convince the president to release the aid. Now, Ambassador Bolton has come forward and publicly confirmed that he was a witness to important events, but also that he has new evidence that no one has seen yet. If we know there is evidence that's not yet come out, all of us should want to hear it. We should want to hear it now, before Ambassador Bolton testifies. We should get documents and records relating to his testimony, including his notes, which would provide contemporaneous evidence about what was discussed in meetings related to Ukraine, which would help to evaluate his testimony. The evidence is not just restricted to Ambassador Bolton. During his public testimony, Ambassador Gordon Sondland stated, "I have not had access to all my phone records." He also said that he and his lawyers had asked repeatedly for these materials. He said the materials would help refresh his memory. We should look at that material. Ambassador Sondland also testified that he exchanged a number of emails with top officials like Mick Mulvaney about his efforts to pressure Ukraine to announce the investigations President Trump demanded. Here's his testimony.
Third, let me say, precisely because we did not think that we were engaging in improper behavior, we made every effort to ensure that the relevant decision makers at the National Security Council and the State Department knew the important details of our efforts. The suggestion that we were engaged in some irregular or rogue diplomacy is absolutely false. I have now identified certain State Department emails and messages that provide contemporaneous support for my view. These emails show that the leadership of the State Department, the National Security Council, and the White House were all informed about the Ukraine efforts from May 23, 2019, until the security aid was released on September 11, 2019.
These emails, among others, are in the possession of...
precise.
These emails referenced in this testimony are in the possession of the White House, the State Department, and even the Department of Energy, since officials from all three entities communicated together. You know, during his testimony, Ambassador Sondland described it this way: everyone was in the loop. It was no secret. These emails are therefore important to understanding the full scope of the scheme. The request for relevant evidence is not confined to Trump administration officials. The Senate should also get White House records relating to the president's private agents who acted on his behalf in Ukraine, including Rudy Giuliani, Victoria Tenzing, and Joe DeGeneva. Witness testimony and documents have made clear that Mr. Giuliani, a frequent visitor to the White House who also received and made frequent calls to the White House, was acting on behalf of the president to press Ukrainian officials to announce investigations that would personally and politically benefit the president. For example, the May 10th, 2019 letter from Mr. Giuliani to President-elect Zelensky that's shown on this slide states he was acting, quote, as personal counsel to President Trump with his knowledge and consent. He requested a meeting with the president-elect and he to be joined by Ms. Tenzing, who is, quote, very familiar with this matter. The evidence indicates he was collaborating with Ms. Tenzing and Mr. DeGeneva in this effort. The Senate should get the White House records of meetings, of calls involving Mr. Giuliani, Ms. Tenzing, or Mr. DeGeneva. These records are important to help you understand the extent to which the White House was involved in Mr. Giuliani's efforts to coerce Ukraine to announce the investigations the president wanted. The records would also show how the president's personal political agenda became more important than policies to help America's national security interests. The President's Counsel may, consistent with his prior attempts to hide evidence, assert that attorney-client privilege would cover these documents. But the President's personal attorney-client privilege cannot shield evidence of misconduct in office, or that of his aides, or of his lawyers' participation in corrupt schemes. We aren't asking for documents reflecting legitimate legal advice. You need documents about their actions to pressure Ukraine to announce an investigation into President Trump's political opponent. There's a set of White House documents that relate directly to the president's unlawful decision to withhold $391 million appropriated bipartisan to help Ukraine. Witnesses have testified that President Trump directly ordered a hold on this security assistance, despite the unanimous opinion of his agencies that the aid should be released. Importantly, according to the Government Accountability Office, his action violated the law. On January 16, 2020, the GAO, an independent watchdog, issued a legal opinion finding that President Trump violated the law when he held up security assistance to Ukraine. The GAO said, and I quote, "Faithful execution of the law does not permit the president to substitute his own policy priorities for those that Congress enacted into law. OMB withheld funds for a policy reason which is not permitted under the Impeachment Control Act. The withholding was not a programmatic delay. Therefore, we conclude that OMB violated the ICA. The fact that the president's action to freeze the aid, which he used to pressure Ukraine to announce the political investigations he wanted, was against not only the official consensus of his own administration, but also against the law, and it was to help himself. That helps demonstrate these actions were taken for President Trump's personal and political benefit. Witness testimony and public reporting make clear The White House has a significant body of documents that relate to these key aspects of the president's scheme. Some of these documents outline the planning of the president's freeze. For example, the New York Times reported in June that Mr. Mulvaney emailed his senior advisor, Mr. Blair, "Did we ever find out about the money for Ukraine and whether we can hold it back?" This shows that Mr. Mulvaney was in email contact with his aides about the very issues under investigation as part of this impeachment. It tells us that the White House is in possession of communications that go to the heart of the charges before you. The Senate should also get materials prepared for summary notes from a late August meeting with President Trump, Secretary of Defense Mark Esper, and Secretary of State Mike Pompeo when they tried to convince the president that freeing, and this is a quote, "freeing up the money for Ukraine was the right thing to do." According to the New York Times, Ambassador Bolton told the president, "This is in America's interest." The Senate should review that highly relevant document, which reflects real-time assertions by President Trump's own senior aides that Ukrainian aid was in the national security interest of the United States and that there was no legitimate reason to hold up the aid. There are documents that include after-the-fact justifications to try and overcome legal problems and the unanimous objections to freezing assistance to Ukraine. And we know these documents exist. For example, on January 3rd, 2020, OMB stated in a letter to the New York Times that it had discovered 20 responsive documents consisting of 40 pages, reflecting emails between White House official Robert Blair and OMB official Michael Duffy that relate directly to the freezing of the Ukraine security assistance. But OMB wouldn't release them in a Freedom of Information lawsuit, and they have refused to produce these documents at the direction of the President in response to the House's lawful subpoena. Now, the Washington Post reported that a confidential White House review of President Trump's decision to hold up hundreds of documents that reveal extensive efforts to generate an after-the-fact justification for the debate over whether the delay was legal. That's known as a cover-up, actually. The White House lawyers had apparently uncovered, quote, early August email exchanges between Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney and White House budget officials seeking to provide some explanation for withholding the funds the President had already ordered on hold. The documents also reportedly include communications between White House officials and outside agencies. Not only does Congress have a right to see them, the public does too, under Freedom of Information laws. Now, as a matter of constitutional authority, the Senate has the greatest interest in and right to compel those documents. Indeed, as the news article explains, White House lawyers are reportedly, quote, worried about unflattering exchanges and facts that could, at a minimum, embarrass the President. Perhaps they should be worried about that. But the risk of embarrassment cannot outweigh the constitutional interests in this impeachment proceeding. Any evidence of guilt, including further proof of the real reason the President ordered the funds withheld, or after-the-fact attempts to paper over knowingly unlawful conduct, they must be provided to ensure a full and fair trial. No privilege or national security rationale can be used as a shield from disclosing misconduct. There are key White House documents relating to multiple instances when White House officials reported their concerns to White House lawyers about the President's scheme to press Ukraine to do the President a domestic political favor. For example, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman and Dr. Hill both informed NSC lawyers about the July 10th meeting in which Ambassador Sondland revealed he had a deal with Mr. Mulvaney. I'm going to go directly to the clip by Dr. Hill, because Dr. Hill, pardon me, at Bolton's direction, also reported that meeting to John Eisenberg, as she explained in her testimony.
I had a discussion with Ambassador Bolton both after the meeting in his office, a very brief one, and then one immediately afterwards, the subsequent meeting.
So the subsequent meeting, or after both meetings, when you spoke to him and relayed to him what Ambassador Sondland said, what did Ambassador Bolton say to you?
Well, I just want to highlight, first of all, that Ambassador Bolton wanted me to hold back in the room immediately after the meeting. Again, I was sitting on the sofa with a colleague.
Right, but just in that second meeting, what did he say?
Yes, but he was making a very strong point that he wanted to know exactly what was being said. And when I came back and related it to him, he had some very specific instruction for me. And I'm presuming that that's
what was that specific instruction?
The specific instruction was that I had to go to the lawyers, to John Eisenberg, our senior counsel for the National Security Council, to basically say, you tell Eisenberg, Ambassador Bolton told me, that I am not part of this whatever drug deal that Mulvaney and Sondland are cooking up.
What did you understand him to mean by the drug deal that Mulvaney and Sondland were cooking up?
I took it to mean investigations for a meeting.
Did you go speak to the lawyers?
I certainly did.
You relayed everything that you just told us and more?
I relayed it precisely, and then the details of how the meeting had unfolded as well, which I gave a full description of this in my October 14 deposition.
There was something wrong going on here, and White House officials were told repeatedly, go tell the lawyers about it. Dr. Hill, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, Mr. Morrison, who reported to Mr. Eisenberg at least 2 conversations. We need the notes of those documents to find out what was said. And again, attorney-client privilege cannot shield information about misconduct from the impeachment trial of the President of the United States. Now, it's interesting. This amendment is supported by 200 years of precedent. It's needed to prevent the President from continuing to hide the evidence, and that's why the specific documents requested are so important for this case. It's faithful to the Constitution's provision that the Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. The final point I'll make today concerns urgency. The Senate should act on this subpoena now, at the outset of the trial. In 14 of the Senate's 15 full impeachment trials, threshold evidentiary matters, including the timing, nature, and scope of witness testimony and the gathering of all relevant documents, were addressed at the very outset of the trial. There are practical considerations as why the subpoenas need to be issued now. Resolving whether a subpoena should issue now would let us immediately engage with the White House to resolve asserted legitimate privilege issues, if any exist, and ensure you get the documents as soon as possible so they can be presented to the senators in advance of witness testimony. Waiting to resolve these threshold matters until after the parties have presented their case would undercut the process of a genuine, credible trial. Thus, common sense, tradition, and fairness all compel that the amendment should be adopted, and it should be adopted now. Members of the Senate, for all the reasons I walked through today, I urge you to support the amendment to issue a subpoena for White House documents, documents that are directly relevant to evaluating the President's scheme. The House did its job. In the face of the President's obstruction and categorical commitment to hide the evidence, we still gathered direct evidence of his conduct and determined that his conduct required impeachment. The President complains about due process in the House investigation, but he was not only permitted to participate, he was actually required to participate, yet he refused to do so. He refused to provide witnesses and documents that would tell his side of the story. So now it's up to you. With the backing of a subpoena authorized by the Chief Justice of the United States, you can end President Trump's obstruction. If the Senate fails to take this step, if it won't even ask for this evidence, this trial and your verdict will be questioned. Congress and the American people deserve the full truth. There is no plausible reason why anyone wouldn't want to hear all of the available evidence about the president's conduct. It's up to this body to make sure that happens. It's up to you to decide whether the Senate will affirm its sole power and constitutional duty to try impeachments, whether and when it will get the evidence that it needs to render a fair verdict. Don't surrender to the president's stonewalling. It will allow the president to be above the law and deprive the American people of truth in the process. A fair trial is essential in every way. Important for the president, who hopes to be exonerated, not merely acquitted by a trial seen as unfair. Important for the Senate, whose vital role is to continue to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States, which has preserved our American liberty for centuries. And finally, important for the American people, who expect a quest for truth, fairness, and justice. History is watching, and the House managers urge that you support the amendment. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you, Counsel. Mr. Cipollone.
Mr. Chief Justice, Patrick Philbin will present our opposition.
Very well. Mr. Philbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice, Majority Leader McConnell, Democratic Leader Schumer, Senators. It's remarkable that after taking the action of the breathtaking gravity of voting to impeach the duly elected President of the United States, and after saying for weeks that they had overwhelming evidence to support their case, the first thing that the House managers have done upon arriving finally in this chamber after waiting for 33 days is to say, well, actually, we need more evidence. We're not ready to present our case. We need to have subpoenas and we need to do more discovery because we don't have the evidence we need to support our case. This is stunning. It's a stunning admission of the inadequate and broken process that the House Democrats ran in this impeachment inquiry that failed to compile a record to support their charges. It's stunning that they don't have the evidence they need to present their case and that they don't really have a case. If a litigant showed up in any court in this country on the day of trial and said to the judge, actually, Your Honor, we're not ready to go. We need more discovery. We need to do some more subpoenas. We need to do some more work. They'd be thrown out of court and the lawyers would probably be sanctioned. This is not the sort of proceeding that this body should condone. Now, we've just heard that this is so important. Let's consider what's really at issue in the resolution here and the amendment. It's a matter of timing. It's a matter of when this body will consider whether there should be witnesses or subpoenas for documents. Why is it that the managers, the House managers, are so afraid to have to present their case, remember, they've had weeks of a process that they entirely controlled. They had 17 witnesses who testified first in secret and then in public. They've compiled a record with thousands of pages of reports, and they're apparently afraid to just make a presentation based on the record that they compiled and then have you decide whether there's any there, whether there's anything worth trying to talk to more witnesses about. Why is it that they can't wait a few days to make their presentation on everything they've been preparing for weeks and then have that issue considered? Because they don't think that there is any there, and they want to ram this through now. And they want to ram this through now when it's something that they themselves failed to do. So I want to unpack a couple of the aspects of what they're asking this body to do. Part of it relates to the broken process in the House and how that process was inadequate and invalid and compiled an inadequate record. And part of it has to do with what accepting their request to have this body do their job for them would do to this institution going forward, and how it would alter forever the relationship between the House and the Senate in impeachment proceedings. So first, as to the process in the House. What they're asking, the House manager asking this body to do now is really to do their job for them. Because they didn't take the measures to pursue these documents in the House proceedings. And there have been a number of statements made about they tried to get the documents and no executive privilege was asserted and things like that. Let's look at what actually happened. They issued a subpoena to the White House. And the White House explained, and we were told a few minutes ago that the White House provided no response, it provided no rationale. That's not true. In a letter of October 18th, White House counsel Pat Cipollone explained in 3 pages of legal argument why that subpoena was invalid. And that subpoena was invalid because it was issued without authorization. We've heard a lot today about how the Constitution assigns the sole power of impeachment to the House. That's right. That's what Article 1, Section 2 says. It assigns the sole power of impeachment to the House, not to any member of the House. And no committee of the House can exercise that authority to issue subpoenas until it's been delegated that authority by a vote of the House. There was no vote from the House. Instead, Speaker Pelosi held a press conference, and she purported by holding a press conference on September 24th to delegate the authority of the House to Manager Schiff and several other committees and have them issue subpoenas. All of those subpoenas were invalid. And that was explained to the House, to Manager Schiff and the other chairman of those committees at the time in that October 18th letter. Did the House take any steps to remedy that? Did they try to dispute that? Did they go to court? Did they do anything to resolve that problem? No. Because as we know, all that they wanted to do was issue a subpoena and move on. They just wanted to get through the impeachment process as quick as possible and get it done before Christmas. That was their goal. So those subpoenas were unauthorized. Now, what about some of the other things that they brought up? The witnesses. Witnesses who were directed not to testify. And part on this, we've heard Manager Schiff say several times that the White House never asserted executive privilege. Well, let me be clear on that. That's a lawyer's trick, because it is technically true that the White House didn't assert executive privilege, because there's a particular situation in which you do that and a particular way that you do that. But there's another doctrine of immunity of senior advisors to the president that is based on the same principles as executive privilege, and that has been asserted by presidents of both political parties since the 1970s at least. So that's, and this is what one attorney general explained about that. Quote, "The immunity such advisors enjoy from testimonial compulsion by a congressional committee is absolute and may not be overborne by competing congressional interests." End quote. That was Attorney General Janet Reno in the Clinton administration, explaining that senior advisors to the president are immune from congressional compulsion. And that doctrine, that immunity, is rooted in the same principles of executive privilege. It's been asserted by all presidents since the 1970s, and that was the basis on which a number of the advisors whose pictures they put up were directed not to testify. Did they try to challenge that in court? Did they go to court on that one? Did they try to go through the constitutionally mandated accommodations process to see if there was a way to come up with some aspect of testimony could be provided? No, none of that. They just wanted to forge ahead, rush through the process, not have the evidence, and then use that as another charge in their charging sheet for the impeachment, calling it obstruction of Congress. And what that is Professor Turley explained, this idea that when there's a conflict between the executive branch and the House in seeking information, and the president is asserting constitutionally based privileges, that's part of the operation of separation of powers. That is the president's constitutional duty to defend the prerogatives of the office for the future occupants of that office. And it is not something that can be charged as an impeachable offense, as the House Democrats have tried to say here. To do that is an abuse of power. That's what Professor Turley explained. It's Congress's, it's the House Democrats' abuse of power. We just heard Manager Lofgren refer to executive privilege as a distraction. She was asserting that these issues of executive privilege are just a distraction that shouldn't hold things up. But this is what the Supreme Court has said about executive privilege in Nixon versus United States, that the protections for confidentiality and executive privilege are, quote, fundamental to the operations of government and inextricably rooted in the separation of powers under the Constitution, end quote. Inextricably rooted in the separation of powers. That's why it's the President's duty to defend executive branch confidentiality interests, and that is what the President was doing here. Now, the process that they pursued in the House abandoned any effort beyond issuing the first subpoena that was invalid to work out an accommodation with the White House, and instead just tried to rush ahead to have the impeachment done by Christmas. What does that lead to now? They're coming to this body after a process that was half-baked, that didn't compile a record sufficient to support their charges, and asking this body to do their job for them. Now, as Leader McConnell pointed out in some comments earlier today, to allow that, to accept the idea that the House can bring an impeachment here that is not adequately supported, that has not been investigated, that has not got a record to support it, and to turn this body into the investigatory body would permanently alter the relationship between the House and the Senate in impeachment proceedings. It's not the role of the Senate to have to do the House's job for them. It's not the role of the Senate to be doing an investigation and to be doing discovery in a matter like the impeachment of a President of the United States. If the House has not done the investigation and cannot support its case, it's not the time once it arrives here to start doing all that work. That's something that's the House's role. So, this is something that is important for this institution, I believe, not to allow the House to turn it into a situation where this body would have to be doing the House's work for it. If there is not evidence to support the case, if they haven't done their investigation, then they're not going to be able to support their case. Again, what's at issue here, and I think it's important to recall on the issue of this amendment, it's not whether the Senate, whether this body will be considering whether there should be witnesses or not, but when that should be considered. And there is no reason not to take the approach that was done in the Clinton impeachment. 100 senators agreed then that it made sense to hear from both sides before making a determination on that, to hear from both sides to see what sort of case the House could present and the President's defense. And that makes sense. In every trial system, there is a mechanism for determining whether the parties have actually presented a triable issue, whether there is really some there that requires the further proceedings. And this body should take that common sense approach and hear what it is that the House managers have to say. Why are they afraid to present their case? They had weeks in a process that they controlled to compile their record, and they should be able to make that presentation now. And the one point that I will close on, we've heard Manager Schiff say several times that we have to have a fair process here, and I was struck by it that at one point he said if you allow only one side to present evidence, the outcome will be predetermined. The outcome will be predetermined. That's exactly what happened in the House. Let's recall that the process they had in the House was one-sided. They locked the President and his lawyers out. There was no due process for the President. They started with secret hearings in the basement The president couldn't be present by his counsel. He couldn't present evidence. He couldn't cross-examine witnesses. And then there was a second round in public, where again they locked the president out. And we've heard, they just said that the president had an opportunity to participate. In the third round of hearings that they held before the Judiciary Committee, after one hearing on December 4th, Speaker Pelosi, on the morning of December 5th, went out and announced the conclusion of the Judiciary Committee proceedings. She announced that she was directing Chairman Nadler to draft articles of impeachment. That was before the day that they had set for the president even to tell them what rights he wanted to have and to exercise in their proceedings. It was all already predetermined. The outcome had been predetermined. The Judiciary Committee had already decided it was not going to have any fact hearings. There was no process for the president. He was never allowed to participate. So when Chairman Schiff says here that if you only allow one side to present evidence, that predetermines the outcome, that's what they did in the House, because they had a predetermined outcome there, because it was all one-sided. And for him to lecture this body now on what a fair process would be takes some gall. A fair process would be when you come to the day of trial, be ready to start the trial and present your case, not ask for more discovery. The president is ready to proceed, and the House managers should be ready to proceed, and this amendment should be rejected. Thank you.
Counsel, the House managers have 8 minutes remaining.
The House is certainly not asking the Senate to do the House's job. We're asking the Senate to do its job, to hold a trial. Have you ever heard of a trial that doesn't have evidence, that doesn't have witnesses? That's what this amendment is all about. Just a moment about the subpoenas. President Trump, refused to provide any information to the House, ordered all of his people to stonewall us. Now, it's been suggested that we should spend 2 or 3 years litigating that question. I was a young law student, actually, working on the Nixon impeachment many years ago. And I remember the day that the Supreme Court issued its unanimous decision that the president had to release the tapes. I think U.S. v. Nixon still governs the president. The House and the Senate should not be required to litigate U.S. v. Nixon back to the Supreme Court and down again for it to be good law. It is good law. The president has not complied with those requirements to the detriment of the truth. This isn't about helping the House. This isn't about helping the Senate. This is about getting to the truth and making sure that impartial justice is done and that the American people are satisfied that a fair trial has been held. I would yield now to my colleague, Mr. Schiff.
Mr. Philbin says that the House is not ready to present its case. Of course, that's not something you heard from any of the managers. We are ready. The House calls John Bolton. The House calls John Bolton. The House calls Mick Mulvaney. Let's get this trial started, shall we? We are ready to present our case. We are ready to call our witnesses. The question is, will you let us? That is the question before us. Now, Mr. Philbin says, well, if I showed up in court and said I wasn't ready, the judge would throw me out of the court. Of course, we're not saying we're not ready. But you know what would happen if Mr. Philbin went into a court and the judge said, I've made a deal with the defendant. I'm not going to let the prosecutor call any witnesses. I'm not going to let the prosecutor present any documents. You know who'd get thrown out of the court? The judge. The judge would be taken out in handcuffs. So let's step out of this body for a moment and imagine what a real trial would look like. It would begin with the government receiving documents, being able to introduce documents, being able to call witnesses. This trial should be no different. Now, Mr. Philbin makes reference to the Cipollone letter on October 18th, which followed a Cipollone 8-page letter on October 8th saying we're not going to do anything you ask. Part law, part diatribe, mostly diatribe. You should read it. It's a letter basically that says what the president said on that TV screen, which is, we're going to fight all subpoenas. The doctrine of absolute immunity that counsel refers to has, yes, it has been invoked, or at least attempted, by presidents of both parties, and rejected uniformly by the courts, including in the most recent decision involving Don McGahn, the president's former White House counsel, where the court said that would make him a king. He's no king. And this trial has determined that he shall not become a king, accountable to no one, answerable to no one. And what's more, this idea of absolute immunity, this fever dream of presidents of both parties, it has no application to documents. Again, this amendment is on documents. There's no absolute immunity from providing documents. And as Representative Lofgren illustrated, when this case has gone to the Supreme Court, in the Nixon case, the court held that the interest in confidentiality in an impeachment proceeding must give way to the interests of the truth and the Senate and the American people. You cannot invoke privilege to protect wrongdoing. You cannot invoke privilege to protect evidence of a constitutional crime like we have here. And finally, with respect to those secret hearings that counsel keeps referring to, those secret depositions in the House were so secret that only 100 members of Congress were able to be there and participate. Only 100. That's how secret that chamber was. Imagine that in the grand jury proceedings in the Clinton investigation or in the Jaworski, the Nixon investigation, imagine inviting 50 or 100 members of Congress to sit in on those. Imagine, as the president would like here, apparently the president insisting on having his lawyer in the grand jury because there was a case being investigated against him. Now, we had no grand jury here. Why is that? Why did we have no grand jury here? Why was there no special prosecutor here? Because the Justice Department said they're not going to look into this. Bill Barr's Justice Department said there's nothing to see here. If it were up to that Justice Department, you wouldn't know anything about this. That's why there was no grand jury. That's why we in the House had to do the investigative work ourselves. And yes, just like in the Nixon case, just like in the Clinton case, we used depositions. And you know what deposition rules we used? Those terribly unfair deposition rules we used? They were written by the Republicans. We used the same rules that the GOP House members used. That's how terribly unfair they were. My gosh, they used our rules. How dare they? How dare they? And now why did we do depositions? Because we didn't want one witness to hear what another witness was saying so they could either tailor their stories or know that they just had to admit so much and no more. It's how every credible investigation works. And this, you know, the counsel can repeat all they like that the president didn't have a chance to participate, didn't have a chance to have counsel present in the Judiciary Committee or to offer evidence. They can say as much as they like. It doesn't make it any more true when they make the same false representation time and time again. It just makes it that much more deliberate and onerous. The president could have presented evidence in the Judiciary Committee. He chose not to. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason why the witnesses they've talked about aren't material witnesses. They don't go to the question of whether the president withheld the aid for this corrupt purpose. They don't go to any of that because they have no witnesses to absolve the president on the facts. You should want to see these documents. You should want to see them. You should want to know what these private emails and text messages have to say. If you're going to make a decision about the president's guilt or innocence, if you're going to make a decision about whether he should be removed from office, you should want to see what these documents say. Now, if you don't care, if you've made up your mind that he's the president of my party or for whatever reason, I'm not interested. And what's more, I don't really want the country to see this. Well, that's a wholly different matter. But that's not what your oath requires. It's not what your oath requires. The oath requires you to do impartial justice, which means to see the evidence. To see the evidence. That's all we're asking. Just don't blind yourself to the evidence. It's just, I yield back.
Thank you. The majority leader is recognized.
I send a motion to the desk to table the amendment and ask for the ayes and nays.
The question is on the motion to table. Is there sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Aye. Ms. Baldwin. No. Mr. Barrasso. Aye. Mr. Bennett. No. Mrs. Blackburn. Aye. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Mr. Blunt. Aye. Mr. Booker. No. Mr. Bozeman. Aye. Mr. Braun. Aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Enzi. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gardner. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Ms. Harris. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mrs. Loeffler. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. McConnell. Ms. McSally. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Paul. Mr. Perdue. Mr. Peters. Mr. Portman. Mr. Reed. Mr. Risch. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Udall. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
Are there any senators in the chamber wishing to vote or change his or her vote? If not, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47. The amendment is tabled. The Democratic leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, I send an amendment to the desk to subpoena certain documents and records from the State Department, and I ask that it be read.
The clerk will read the amendment.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment, number 1285. At the appropriate place in the resolving clause, insert the following section. Notwithstanding any other provision of this resolution pursuant to Rules 5 and 6 of the Rules of Procedures and Practice in the Senate when sitting in impeachment trials, 1, the Chief Justice of the United States, through the Secretary of the Senate, shall issue a subpoena to the Secretary of Senate commanding him to produce, for the time period from January 1, 2019 to the present, all documents, communications, and other records within the possession, custody, or control of the Department of State, referring or relating to A, all meetings and calls between President Trump and the President of Ukraine, including documents, communications, and other records related to the scheduling of, preparation for, and follow-up from the President's April 21 and July 25, 2019 telephone calls, as well as the President's September 25, 2019 meeting with the President of Ukraine in New York. B, the actual or potential suspension, withholding, delaying, freezing, or releasing of United States foreign assistance, military assistance, or security assistance of any kind to Ukraine, including but not limited to the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, USAI, and foreign military financing, FMF, including but not limited to all communications with the White House, Department of Defense, and the Office of Management and Budget, as well as the Ukrainian government's knowledge prior to August 28, 2019, of any actual or potential suspension, withholding, delaying, freezing, or releasing of United States foreign assistance to Ukraine, including all meetings, calls, or other engagements with Ukrainian officials regarding potential or actual suspensions, holds, or delays in United States assistance to Ukraine. C, all documents, communications, notes, and other records created or received by Secretary Michael R. Pompeo, Counselor T. Ulrich Breckbull, former Special Representative for Ukraine Negotiations Ambassador Kurt Volker, Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent, then United States Embassy in Ukraine Chargé d'Affaires William B. Taylor, and Ambassador to the European Union Gordon Sondland, and other State Department officials relating to efforts to 1. Solicit, request, demand, induce, persuade, or coerce Ukraine to conduct or announce investigations. 2. Schedule, cancel, or withhold a White House meeting for Ukraine's president. Or 3. Hold and then release military and other security assistance to Ukraine. D. Any meetings or proposed meetings at or involving the White House that relate to Ukraine, including but not limited to 1. President Zelensky's inauguration on May 20, 2019 in Kiev, Ukraine, including but not limited to President Trump's decision not to attend, to ask Vice President Pence to lead the delegation, directing Vice President Pence not to attend, and the subsequent decision about the composition of the delegation of the United States. 2. A meeting at the White House on or around May 23, 2019, involving, among others, President Trump, then Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations, Ambassador Kurt Volker, then Energy Secretary Rick Perry, and United States Ambassador to the European Union, Gordon Sondland, as well as any private meetings or conversations with those individuals before or after the larger meeting. 3. Meetings at the White House on or about July 10, 2019, involving Ukrainian officials Andriy Yermak and Alexander Danylyuk, and United States government officials, including but not limited to then National Security Advisor John Bolton, Secretary Perry, Ambassador Volker, and Ambassador Sondland, to include at least a meeting in Ambassador Bolton's office and a subsequent meeting in the wardroom. 4. A meeting at the White House on or around August 30, 2019, involving President Trump, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, and Secretary of Defense Mark Esper. 5. A planned meeting, later canceled in Warsaw, Poland, on or around September 1, 2019, between President Trump and President Zelensky, and subsequently attended by Vice President Pence. And 6. A meeting at the White House on or around September 11, 2019, involving President Trump, Vice President Pence, and Mr. Mulvaney, concerning the lifting of the hold on security assistance for Ukraine. E. All communications, including but not limited to WhatsApp or text messages on private devices between current or former State Department officials or employees, including but not limited to Secretary Michael R. Pompeo, Ambassador Volker, Ambassador Sondland, Ambassador Taylor, and Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent, and the following: President Zelensky, Andriy Yermak, or individuals or entities associated with or acting in any capacity as a representative, agent, or proxy for President Zelensky before and after his election. F. All records specifically identified by witnesses in the House of Representatives impeachment inquiry that memorialize key events or concerns, and any records reflecting an official response thereto, including but not limited to 1. On August 29, 2019, cable sent by Ambassador Taylor to Secretary Pompeo. 2. An August 16, 2019, memorandum to file written by Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent. And 3. A September 15, 2019, memorandum to file written by Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent. G. All meetings or calls, including but not limited to all requests for or records of meetings or telephone calls, scheduling items, calendar entries, State Department visitor records, and email or text messages using personal or work-related devices between or among 1. Current or former State Department officials or employees, including but not limited to Secretary Michael R. Pompeo, Ambassador Volker, and Ambassador Sondland, and 2. Rudolph W. Giuliani, Victoria Tensing, or Joseph DeGeneva, and H. The curtailment or recall of former United States Ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Masha Yovanovitch, for the United States Embassy in Kiev, including credible threat reports against her and any protective security measures taken in response. And 2, the Sergeant-at-Arms is authorized to utilize the services of the Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms or any other employee of the Senate in serving the subpoena authorized to be issued by this section.
Mr. Chief Justice.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
I now ask for a brief 10-minute recess before the parties are recognized to debate the Schumer amendment. At the end of the debate time, I'll again move to table the amendment as the timing of these votes are specified in the underlying resolution. So I ask consent that the Senate stand in recess subject to the call of the chair.
Without objection, the Senate is in recess.
3 minutes, 3 hours and 33 minutes now. We get a recess here in the trial of the President Donald J. Trump. Just want to bring you back up to speed here in Washington. I'm Bill Hemmer as our coverage continues. With me also here is Kristen Fisher, covers Capitol Hill and the White House. Also with us, Mark Thiessen, Donna Brazil, Alex Little, and Jeffrey Kramer join our coverage as well. My guess is, and Alex, I'll begin with you. I think you've got more of a time crunch than some of the others. I was just listening over the past 2 hours now. My feeling is if you have not followed this case, you probably have come across a lot of new observations. If you have followed the case, this has been somewhat of a rerun. Your feeling on that?
It totally has been, but I think there were a few minutes of drama. And the one that I have to point out is in response to the Trump legal team saying again and again the House isn't ready to present its case. When Chairman Schiff says, I'm ready to start the trial, I call John Bolton. I mean, that moment I thought was really distilled what the Democrats' argument is. Let's have a trial. We're ready to do it. You're the one blocking it. And I thought that was a sort of drama which maybe wasn't expected.
Okay, 53-47 on the vote, so there was no drama there. 53 Republicans, 47 Democrats. Mark Thiessen, welcome to our coverage today. Your observations about so far what we have seen and heard, Mark.
Well, I thought what you saw from the House managers was total arrogance. The article, there are two different, Congress is Article 1 of the Constitution, the executive branch is Article 2 of the Constitution, and they are basically saying that Article 1 is superior to Article 2 of the Constitution. That if Article 1, the Congress, tells the president that he must answer subpoenas and produce documents, that he must do it, and he has no right to appeal to Article 3, which is the judiciary, which is what he's done. And so he has every constitutional right to appeal to the judiciary. It's the Democrats who failed to take their time. It was the fastest impeachment in history. They failed to allow the courts to do their jobs. And then they charged the president with obstruction of Congress. It's absurd. And Joey Lofgren, if you remember, she referred to U.S. versus Nixon and said, well, U.S. versus Nixon, the Supreme Court decision applies here. First of all, they went to the Supreme Court, didn't it? They went to the courts, Article 3 in the Nixon case. And two, she doesn't get to decide if U.S. v. Nixon applies. The Supreme Court does. So it's really quite a remarkable show of arrogance on the part of the House managers.
Let me just continue to go around the horn here. Jeffrey Kramer, welcome as well to our coverage here. Your observations thus far?
Yeah, I think the point that was made as relevant, it would have been nice to have gone to the court and asking for this. That's the third branch. Timing, I think, made that difficult. It's not a seamless process. Having said that, looking at it as a former prosecutor and as a trial lawyer, I think Schiff's response was apt. You want a trial? All right, let's start calling witnesses. I think people are hard-pressed, regardless of which side of the aisle you're on, not to want to hear evidence and documents from people who know what happened. That just seems pretty straightforward.
So the First Amendment went down to defeat. We'll see what happens with Amendment number 2. And Donna Brazil, good afternoon again to you, the beginning of many long days together. Your observation over the past 2 hours.
Well, I thought the presentations by the House managers were excellent. They laid out the case. They essentially said, we have the evidence, but there's more out there. There's more that has come to light over the last 4 weeks, and the American people should see it, hear it. If they haven't read it, it's time that the United States senators also see it. They also made clear that on December 1st, it was the White House counsel who sent a letter to the chairman of the judiciary that they were not interested in participating in the House process. So you can't have your cake and eat it too. I thought they did a good job, and while they fell 4 votes short, you know what? Every senator, not just Democratic senators running for president, but also Republican senators running for re-election, will have to face the music if they decide to hold an impeachment trial with no evidence and no witnesses.
All right, Donna, thank you. Stand by. Mike Emanuel is available now. Quickly, let's check in with him inside the Capitol. And Mike, while we get this recess here, the last one went about 20 minutes, and we'll see how far this one goes. What are you hearing outside the room?
Well, I think it's interesting, Bill. We got a statement from Senator Susan Collins of Maine, who's one of the senators we've been watching, one of the ones who may demand witnesses and documentation. And she said in a statement put out just moments ago that she is likely to support witnesses as she did in 1999, not at this stage in the trial, but at a later stage in the trial. And so earlier in the day, we had a lot of back and forth, and you had Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell changing the blueprint of his Senate rules in handwriting, in his own handwriting, and Senate Democratic Leader Chuck Schumer suggesting outside pressure might be the cause, while Collins is saying, no, I voted for witnesses in '99. I'm likely to vote for witnesses again, just not at this point. And so an interesting part of the back and forth today as they work over the process heading into the rest of the substance of the trial, Bill.
Yeah, Mike, what's happening outside during this? They have to check their phones, and nobody moves, everybody's in their seat. What's the hallway like?
Well, there's a lot of buzz around. There's intense security, obviously wanting to make sure the senators are able to come and go as they please. They've got little cubby holes outside the Senate chamber for them to stash their electronic devices. So they're checking when they come out of the chamber. They're running off maybe to their hideaways downstairs to stretch their legs a little bit, perhaps talk with staff a bit. But pretty businesslike in terms of needing to get back in the chamber to hear the rest of the trial. All 100 are supposed to be in there, and they are without their electronic devices, Bill.
Yeah, I know I got to cut you loose because you got to get some more reporting done. We're coming up on the 5 o'clock hour. Do you have an idea or a guess as to how late they go today, Mike?
It's a great question. You know, I think Senator Schumer clearly wants to run through some more of these amendments to try to make his point. Next, going for State Department documents. But it's a question of if it's 53-47 on each one, will he ultimately throw in the towel after a few and allow a vote on the underlying McConnell resolution, which we do expect to pass.
All right, Mike, thank you. Terrific reporting there. Mike Emanuel, live inside the Capitol building. Watching all of this from afar, certainly as the President of the United States. He was in Davos, Switzerland earlier today, and Kristen Fisher watching the White House and watching Team Trump to see how they're reacting and responding in real time. What are you hearing on that, Kristen?
Well, Bill, the White House and President Trump obviously overseas, as you said, in Davos. So just like we saw during the House proceedings, the Trump campaign is really picking up the mantle when it comes to really attacking what they're hearing from Democrats today. And today, literally over the last, 3-4 hours since this impeachment trial got underway, there have been about a dozen or so tweets from the Trump campaign, really blasting Adam Schiff in particular. And then if you look over on Facebook, the Trump campaign has put up dozens and dozens. I was just scrolling through right now, and I couldn't even count them all. Ads trying to target Trump supporters, saying, using this impeachment trial as a fundraising tool for the campaign. So what we're seeing today is them really go after Democrats on the premise that this is what they describe as a sham, but also going after the House Democrats in particular for saying, if you're going to make the case that there should be more evidence, more witnesses, more documents, this is all stuff that you should have brought in during the House proceedings and not a Senate trial. And that's also what we heard from the president's defense team today on the Senate floor.
The president comes back to the White House when? I'm just trying to recall off the top of my head. He comes back from Europe. At what point?
I believe he comes back tomorrow, or perhaps the next day. I'm not quite sure on the time zone changes there. But, there was a lot made about should President Trump be overseas at all during something of this magnitude, during an impeachment trial, the third only in U.S. history. But at the end of the day, the president and his team decided that, it was the right move for him to go over there and speak with world leaders and talk about the strong economy that we have here in America. And at the same time, you also have him just a little bit distracted, perhaps not glued to the television like he might be here in D.C., although he is back home in his hotel room right now, so a good chance he's watching what we've been watching today.
And you're right to point out he returns tomorrow, and also some on his own staff wanted him to cancel that trip. But nonetheless, he went, made the message about American economic strength earlier today. A week from today, in the middle of this trial, he will hold a rally in New Jersey. What's that about, Kristen?
Well, he's going to be holding a rally in New Jersey in the same district as the member of Congress who just defected and went from being a Democrat to becoming a Republican. And so this is really the president taking his defense right to the American people. And at the same time, this is going to be happening just, a week before the Iowa caucus and a week and some change before he delivers his State of the Union address. So it's clear Republicans and the White House would love for this to all be wrapped up before the Iowa caucuses, before the State of the Union address. And I bet there's a lot of senators in the Senate chamber today, like Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Amy Klobuchar, who would love this to get wrapped up as well so that they can go hit the campaign trail in Iowa.
There's a political calculation in all this, certainly legal implications also. Kristen, thank you for that. And let's get back to the legal now. And Alex, a little, I know you're crunched for time here, so I just want to get you to respond to the argument that Adam Schiff was making about 20 minutes ago. He said, we wanted witnesses. The president chose not to participate with regard to witnesses. He said, you should, with regard to the documents, to all the senators sitting there, he said, you should want to see them. From a legal standpoint, how strong was his argument? How much more does he lean back on that again in the coming days?
I think you'll hear that over and over, and it is a strong legal argument. You hear a lot about 1999 and how the Clinton impeachment process happened. What I think it's important for the public to know is we had a very different background because there was a special counsel, there was a lengthy grand jury investigation with the power of subpoenas to do the things that the House managers want to do here. And so I think when the Democrats say we want these documents, we want these witnesses, they're not really asking for anything that's out of the ordinary. What they're saying is we want you to actually be able to look at the source documents to make a determination here. Another point about that, which I think is valid, is if you are innocent, if I've got a client who's got a clear case of innocence, well, I want to show that to the people who are going to make that determination. You haven't heard a thing from the Republicans, and particularly from Trump's legal team, that suggests that at all.
Okay. What about that point, Jeffrey? I mean, is that valid at this point in the case, or is that something that perhaps should have been handled before it reached the Senate? Or is it fair game today, do you believe?
I think it is fair game. Having said that, it would have been nice if it had been done before. But I think the time crunch made that improbable. It's not a perfect system that we're in right now. So having said that, it certainly can't shock anybody that there should be some documents and some witnesses. Nobody has seen the transcript of the call. We've seen a summary from someone accused of an incident, but we haven't seen the transcript. That's pretty basic stuff in any trial, and it's certainly here. The tricky part is the president should have privilege. People around the president who give him advice need to have confidence that those emails, those conversations are not going to be revealed unless a third party, the courts, opine on it. So that's a tough one to overcome in this limited time frame. What's not tough to overcome are live witnesses like Bolton.
Okay, then Chuck Schumer now, I believe, is now at a microphone. If we get some audio on that, we'll bring that to you. If we have that, we'll pot it up. If not, okay, indeed. I do believe the Senate Minority Leader now speaking with reporters again
instead
today.
of 2, so we won't be hearing arguments at 2 in the morning. It's good they admitted evidence, but the real test will be witnesses and documents. Will our Republican senators put pressure McConnell so that we really have witnesses and documents produced, either now or after the arguments are made? And one other point, I'm not answering questions. One other point, which is this. We hear a lot of arguments from the President's counsel. None of them directly address why there shouldn't be witnesses and documents. They talk about how bad the House is. I don't agree with that at all. But they don't argue, one, they don't make a single argument why there shouldn't be witnesses and documents. That speaks volumes. Thank you.
Okay, here's the Senate Minority Leader speaking with reporters. We saw him during the recess a bit earlier do the similar thing, so you can start to pick on some of the patterns right now for how senators will react in real time during the recess. Mark Thiessen, now back to this legal question here about whether or not you want to see the documents and whether or not the president chose to participate or not participate during the House proceedings. How do you view that now that this trial has moved to the Senate side, Mark?
Yeah, well, first of all, there's been a lot of references to 1999. In 1999, Chuck Schumer voted against witnesses. In fact, every single Democrat voted against witnesses. And Chuck Schumer voted to limit argument, debate, and cut off all discussion at the end of the questioning of the senators. So, you know, there's a little bit of hypocrisy here. And the other thing is, in 1999, there was a proper impeachment inquiry. There was no, you know, people keep referring to how this was short-circuited or there was not enough time. There's plenty of time. It was an artificial deadline. They said we have to have it done by Christmas. You know, if they had gone to the courts and if the courts had ruled that President Trump did not have executive privilege and he still then did not agree to allow witnesses or documents, then he would be guilty of obstruction of Congress. But the House, in its wisdom, decided that it was superior to the executive. The impeachment managers are basically saying that we have sole power of impeachment, therefore we are above the president, we can order the president to turn over these documents, and we don't have to go to Article 3 to the courts. So they short-circuited their own arguments, and now they're saying to the Senate, now I want you to short-circuit the courts. Now I want you to override the president's executive privilege and do what we didn't even have the courage to do in the House. So I think it's a very weak argument.
The House record has now been submitted to the Senate side as piece of evidence. That was not in the original resolution, as you well know. That was changed only minutes before the proceeding got underway earlier today. Part of the reason for that, some Republicans have been arguing that Ken Starr had been investigating Bill Clinton for a period of 5 years, and then that it was legitimate to go ahead and enter the House evidence into the Senate side in 1999. But also, in addition, Mark, you had Republicans who, they were in a majority in the House then, they had the majority in the Senate then. What do you make of McConnell's last-minute concession to either Susan Collins or Democrats for that to happen?
You know, I think Mitch McConnell is a master tactician, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if he planned that. If he had included written the resolution that way, knowing that he would then allow the record to come in. I mean, anybody can get the entire record by going online today. It's not like this is some sort of secret document that's classified. So including in the record or not including in the record is completely irrelevant to the trial. So, you know, fine. So he's made a concession to Schumer and the Democrats. Now, what are they complaining about?
Okay, Donna Brazil coming to the conversation right now as we wait for the senators to come back in and for this recess to end. How do you think Democrats are doing so far in prosecuting this case?
Well, first of all, Mr. McConnell made a concession to his own members, Susan Collins, Mr. Portman, and many others who would like to see some semblance of a trial without witnesses and evidence. Who ever heard of that? But look, I think the Democrats are doing a fairly good job of presenting their case. I'm referring to the House managers, but what Senator Schumer is doing and proposing these amendments is bringing to light all of the information that has been withheld because the White House decided early on in the process they were going to stonewall and then complain and cry and now lie that they were locked out of the process when there's a letter from the White House counsel. I think as we proceed the rest of the afternoon and the evening, who knows, up until the midnight oil, and I don't mind burning it with you, Bill, I hope that the senators will agree on one thing, to proceed tomorrow or the next day. We should have all of the information necessary for the senators to get every piece of information before it drips out of the courts or from some FOIA request.
Okay, Donna, hang with me and just bring Mark Thiessen back into this discussion here. To Donna and Mark, I want to focus on the politics of the moment, perhaps the politics of the day. 13 days from Iowa, from yesterday, 14 days from the State of the Union. All those events are still ready to play out in real time. To both of you, and just be as fair as you possibly can in this, Mark from the right and Donna from the left. Yeah. If you had, we have followed these details for 3 months, 4 months. If you're a viewer and you had just dropped into this case today, how much did you learn, Mark, and how much of it was a repeat, do you think?
If you dropped in from, you know, a viewer, or like, so if you're looking down on the Earth from Mars and you saw this for the first time, you learned a lot. But we've had this going on for quite some time. I don't think there was a lot of new information today. I think there was a lot of new disinformation. A lot of people saying, well, who's ever heard of a trial without witnesses? Chuck Schumer has heard of a trial without witnesses. He voted for one. Every Democrat voted for one in 1999. You know, so they're trying to make up for the deficiencies of their artificially rushed impeachment inquiry. This is the shortest impeachment inquiry in history, the thinnest evidentiary record, which they've now submitted into the record of the Senate. And I think it's going to be, I think President Trump is going to be inevitably acquitted in this case.
Donna, what do you think about that? I mean, as you look at this, you know, the votes are stacked against Democrats. Gauge it, judge it. What do you think?
I recognize that the vote might be stacked against one party over the other, but what should not be at stake, or what we should not ignore, is the Constitution and what the framers believe was the obligation of members of Congress to take this process seriously. I do believe that the information that was provided to the House, the evidence that they were able to pull together, is convincing and it's compelling. And no one is above the law, and the President of the United States should not be asking another foreign government to help him find dirt on his opponent. The Republicans had control of the House and the Senate for 2 years after his election, and they had no qualms about Ukraine. All of a sudden, this became an issue when Joe Biden decided to run for president. So I really hope that we get down to the information, the witnesses, and yes, the Clinton trial was different, Mark. I grant you that. You know, the Monica Lewinsky. I mean, the people who wanted to retry. I recognize what the Democrats did back in 1999. But at the end of the day, the White House cooperated. Clinton provided the documents, and those witnesses, many of them had already been deposed by the special counsel. So let's keep the focus on making sure that the senators do their job. And the politics, whether it's the Iowa caucuses or, you know, the State of the Union, or
New Hampshire,
in my case,
or beyond.
Wait a minute. Or the Super Bowl, because there's a lot of politics in the Super Bowl. Whatever the issue might be, it's those 55 individuals, the framers, when they gathered during a hot period of time in 1787, the Senate should take their responsibility seriously and get all the information.
You made your point, Mark. Just so your name was invoked. Go ahead and respond.
If we were I agree with Donna. We should take politics out of it. And if we had taken politics out of it, we wouldn't be here today, because this is a political impeachment process. And I agree with Donna that the Clinton case was different. But when the Democrats keep saying, "How can you have a trial without witnesses?" They voted for a trial without witnesses. Now they can make the argument that they should have, but they did. There was a trial without witnesses, so you can't say how can we have a trial without witnesses, because there wasn't one.
That claim, what about that argument, I should say, Don, about pushing on the calendar and trying to get it done in a set period of time, as opposed to allowing the courts to work their way over next summer or even to the fall of next year?
Hey, you know, look, we also have to show due deference to the president, who's up for re-election as well. Let's not forget that he's running for re-election. He's been impeached. He wants to be exonerated. And the only way to exonerate the president is to bring forward those documents that might shed new light. If the president had a compelling reason to ask the president of Ukraine to investigate his political opponent, fine, show us the evidence. If you want to tell us that after the phone call, after he hung up, 90 minutes later, 91 minutes later, I don't want to get it wrong, a hold was placed on the funds. That's at the heart of this issue was that a perfect call? I don't think so.
Okay, but you're not pushing censure, you're pushing impeachment here. Mark, I want to bring the lawyers back
in. He's been impeached.
Quickly respond to that, Mark, and then I'll get back to the legal aspects here.
So I agree with Donna that you know, if we want to get to the heart of it, then what was the purpose of that? Then if we're going to have witnesses, let's have Hunter Biden to testify, because
he don't know anything.
Oh yes, he does, Donna.
What does he know?
Does. I love you, Donna, but let me make my point.
I love you too, Mark. I do. But he got paid, baby.
No, because
he got paid. That was a bad judgment on his part.
Okay, but let me make my point, which is that if Hunter Biden's contract with Burisma was corrupt, then that means the president can argue that in raising it with the Ukrainians, he had a public purpose. It wasn't self-dealing. If he was investigating corruption, so the fact of whether Hunter Biden's contract was corrupt is central to his defense. There's not a court in the world, or a court in the United States at least, that would not allow President Trump to call Hunter Biden. So if we're going to have a trial with witnesses, guess what? The Democrats don't get to pick the prosecution's witnesses and the defense witnesses.
I'm going to interject here. Chris Van Hollen, a Democrat from Maryland, a senator, was on my program
another
yesterday.
word for Mark.
Okay, I got one for you too, Donna.
Well, stand by to both of you. And Senator Van Hollen was making the case that Hunter Biden is not relevant to two articles here, abuse of power and obstruction. We'll see where that debate goes over time. Back to the lawyers right now. Alex Little and Jeffrey Kramer. At one point, the White House attorney said this: if a litigant showed up in any trial and said, Your Honor, we need more evidence, they would be thrown out of court. Alex, to you, what do you think of that if that were to be in your your courtroom, do you believe, Your Honor?
It happens in criminal cases all the time, where the government says, look, we need this witness a different time. He's not here today. Let's do this in 2 weeks. But I think, again, you know, Adam Schiff put the point to that and said, let's call John Bolton today. Let's do that. The difference, I think, is what the Republicans have done, and Mark's a great example of it, is they twist the idea of what it means to have a witness. There weren't live witnesses in the Clinton impeachment because every witness, there was a transcript of what they had said. They had all been questioned. Here, we know nothing about what John Bolton knows. We know nothing about what Mick Mulvaney knows. So as attorneys, that's the sort of thing you want to have at a trial. And if I got to court and I said, you know what, Your Honor, I'd like to call John Bolton, but he's not showing up, they're not going to kick me out of court. They're going to resolve that issue.
The assumption there, Jeffrey, is that Bolton would turn on the president, but that's not necessarily the case, ultimately. We don't know that.
No, Bolton's a wild card. No one has deposed him. No one knows what he's going to say. Each side hopes they'll give him a little bit of information. But the point is well taken. If you do go into court and you know there's new information, Lev Parnas is out there now, Bolton wants to come forward now, you can get an adjournment, so it's not unusual. And just stepping back for a second, which I think is important, the Republicans are obviously arguing process. You have to argue process because the facts, frankly, aren't too good for them. So you're never going to hear them arguing the facts of the case. Did the president abuse his authority in order for a political advantage? They need to argue process, which is what they're doing. But I think that's what it comes down to, is did the president abuse his authority? If he got, I was a prosecutor in Illinois, where envelopes of money sliding across the table is not uncommon. Yeah. If the president asked for $10,000 in exchange for an act, we'd all say, well, that's an obvious one. He doesn't need $10,000. What he needed was an investigation, actually the announcement of investigation. So there's a corollary there. Democrats are trying to focus on what happened. Republicans are going to keep arguing process.
Okay, Alex, and to Jeffrey as well. These are politicians, they're not attorneys. However, sure. Zoe Lofgren goes back to the Nixon days. So she had that experience. Yeah. She had the Bill Clinton impeachment of 1998. This is her third crack at the apple, more or less. But Adam Schiff himself had been a prosecutor in his previous life, and that's part of the reason why that he had been singled out by Speaker Nancy Pelosi to take a lead role in this. How do you believe, is either politicians or prosecutors so far, how are both sides faring, do you believe? Alex, you begin, and then Jeffrey, I'll get you to analyze it.
I think Representative Lofgren was a really inspired choice for this role. She's never been a prosecutor, but her delivery is the sort of thing you see good prosecutors doing in closing statements, opening statements. I think her whole delivery is a sign that they are trying to reach some of these senators they think might actually turn and vote for them on some of these procedural matters, because she is exactly the sort of persuasive force there. On the Republican side, they reflect their client. They are a little more bombastic, a little more pounding the table, and I think you're going to see that throughout the trial. But so far, both sides, I think, are what we would expect.
Okay, Jeffrey, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment. Schiff, you knew what you were going to get. He is an experienced prosecutor, and he's coming at it with that train of thought. I think Pelosi's choice of who to put in there worked out very well. I don't think it's going to necessarily change anything, but the presentations themselves may sway one or two, and that's really the jury. It's not the 100 senators. It's 4 or so Republicans that they could put a little pressure on, maybe Mitt Romney and a couple others, put pressure on to get a witness or two. And it's also obviously the court of public opinion, if you will. So that's really their juror. They're not going for 60-40.
But gentlemen, you got a 53-47 first vote there. Perhaps it's not a surprise. Alex, maybe Mitt Romney doesn't want to show his hand. Maybe Joe Manchin, the Democrat from West Virginia, doesn't want to show his hand.
I don't think they will until maybe a few days. We see how the public responds to this, which, again, I think is why Lofgren is such an interesting choice. The Republicans haven't been demonizing her the way they had with Adam Schiff.
Gentlemen, I apologize. Back inside, Chief Justice John Roberts.
Opponent. Okay, Mr. Schiff, you have an hour, and we'll be able to reserve time for rebuttal.
Chief Justice Roberts, Senators, Counsel for the White House. I am Val Demings from the state of Florida. The House managers strongly support the amendment to issue subpoena for documents to the State Department. As we explain, the first article of impeachment charges the president with using the power of his office to solicit and pressure Ukraine to announce investigations that everyone in this chamber knows to be bogus. The president didn't even care if an investigation was actually conducted, just that it was announced. Why? Because this was for his own personal and political benefit. The first article further charges that the president did so with corrupt motives, and that his use of power for personal gain harmed the national security of the United States. As the second article of impeachment charges, the president sought to conceal evidence of this conduct. He did so by ordering his entire administration, every office, every agency, every official, to defy every subpoena served in the House impeachment inquiry. No president in history has ever done anything like this. Many presidents have expressly acknowledged that they couldn't do anything like this. President Trump did not take these extreme steps to hide evidence of his innocence or to protect the institution of the presidency. As a career law enforcement officer, I have never seen anyone take such extreme steps to hide evidence allegedly proving his innocence. And I do not find that here today. The president is engaged in this cover-up because he is guilty, and he knows it. And he knows that the evidence he is concealing will only further demonstrate his culpability. Notwithstanding this effort to stonewall our inquiry, the House amassed powerful evidence of the president's high crimes and misdemeanors. 17 witnesses, 130 hours of testimony combined with the president's own admissions on phone calls and in public comments, confirmed and corroborated by hundreds of texts, emails, and documents. Much of that evidence came from patriotic, nonpartisan, decorated officials in the State Department. They are brave men and women who honored their obligations under the law and gave testimony required by congressional subpoena in the face of the president's taunts and insults. These officials described the president's campaign to induce and pressure Ukraine to announce political investigations, his use of $391 million of vital military aid, taxpayer money appropriated on a bipartisan basis by Congress as leverage to force Ukraine to comply, and his withholding of a meeting desperately sought by the newly elected president of Ukraine. This testimony was particularly compelling because the State Department is at the very center of President Trump's wrongdoing. We heard firsthand from diplomatic officials who saw up close and personal what was happening, and who immediately sounded the alarms. Ambassador William Taylor, who returned to Ukraine in June of last year as acting ambassador, texted other State Department officials. I think it's crazy to withhold security assistance for help with a political campaign. Ambassador to the European Union, Gordon Sondland, who was delegated authority over Ukraine matters by none other than President Trump, testified, "We knew these investigations were important to the president, and we followed the president's orders." And David Holmes, a senior official at the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv said it was made clear that some action on a Burisma Biden investigation was a condition for an Oval Office meeting. During their testimony, many of these State Department officials described specific documents, including text messages, emails, former diplomatic cables, and notes that would corroborate their testimony and shed additional light on President Trump's corrupt scheme. For instance, Ambassador Taylor, who raised concerns that military aid had been conditioned on the president's demand for political investigations, described a little notebook in which he would take notes on conversations he had with key officials. Ambassador Sondland referred by date and recipient to emails regarding the president's demand that Ukraine announce political investigations. As we'll see through emails that were sent to some of President Trump's top advisors, including acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, Secretary of State Michael Pompeo, and Secretary of Energy Rick Perry. Deputy Assistant Secretary of State George Kent, who oversaw Ukraine policy matters in Washington for the State Department, wrote at least 4 memos to file to document concerning conduct he witnessed or heard. And Ambassador Kurt Volker, the special representative for Ukraine negotiations, provided evidence that he and other American officials communicated with high-level Ukrainian officials, including President Zelensky himself, via text message and WhatsApp, about the president's improper demands and how Ukrainian officials would respond to them. Based on the testimony we received and on evidence that has since emerged, all of these documents and others that we will describe bear directly on the allegations set forth in the first article of impeachment. They would help complete our understanding of how the president's scheme unfolded in real time. They would support the conclusion that senior Ukrainian officials understood the corrupt nature of President Trump's demand. And they would further expose the extent to which Secretary Pompeo, Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, and other senior Trump administration officials were aware of the president's plot and helped carry it out. We're not talking about a burdensome number of documents. We're talking about a specific, discrete set of materials held by the State Department. Documents the State Department has already collected in response to our subpoena, but has never produced. We know these materials exist. We know they are relevant, and we know the president is desperately trying to conceal them. As I will describe, the Senate should subpoena the following. Number 1, WhatsApp and other text message communications. 2, emails. 3, diplomatic cables. And 4, notes. Given the significance and relevance of these documents, the House requested that they be provided. When these requests were denied, when our requests were denied, the House issued subpoenas commanding that the documents be turned over. But at the president's direction, the Department of State unlawfully defied that subpoena. And I stand here now. As I stand here now, the State Department has all these documents in its possession, but refuses, based on the president's order, to let them see the light of day. This is an affront to the House, which has full power to see these documents. It is an affront to the Senate, which has been denied a full record on which to judge the president's guilt or innocence, and it is an affront to the Constitution, which makes clearly that nobody, not even the president, is above the law. And it is an affront to the American people, who have a right to know what the president and his allies are hiding from them and why it is being hidden. In prior impeachment trials, this body has issued subpoenas requiring the recipient to hand over relevant documents. It must do so again here. And it must do so now at the beginning of the trial, not the end. Of course, the need for a Senate subpoena arises because, as I've noted, the president ordered the State Department to defy a subpoena from the House. At this point, I'd like to briefly describe our own efforts to get those materials. I'll then address in a more detailed fashion exactly what documents the State Department has hidden from the American people and why the Senate should require it to turn them over. On September 9th, exercising their Article I oversight authority, the House Investigating Committee sent a document request to the State Department. The committee sought materials related to the president's effort to pressure Ukraine to announce investigations into his political rival, as well as his dangerous, unexplained withholding of millions of dollars in vital military aid. After the State Department failed to produce any documents, the House Committee on Foreign Affairs issued a subpoena to the State Department on September 27th. In a letter on October 1st, Secretary Pompeo acknowledged receipt of the subpoena. At that time, he stated that he would respond to the committee's subpoena for documents by the return date, October 4th. But his response never came. Instead, on October 8th, President Trump's lawyer, writing on the president's behalf, issued a direction confirming that the administration would stonewall the impeachment inquiry. To date, the State Department has not produced a single document, not a single document in response to the congressional subpoena. But witnesses who testified indicated that the State Department had gathered all of the records and was prepared to provide them before the White House directed it to defy the subpoena. Notwithstanding this unlawful obstruction through the testimony of brave State Department employees, the House was able to identify with remarkable precision several categories of documents relevant to the first article of impeachment that are sitting right now. Right now, those documents are sitting right now at the State Department. I'd like to walk you through 4 key categories of documents that should be subpoenaed and which illustrate the highly relevant documents the State Department could produce immediately. They could produce them immediately for this trial. The first category consists of WhatsApps and other text messages from State Department officials caught up in these events, including Ambassadors Sondland and Taylor, and also Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent, all 3 of whom confirm in their testimony that they regularly use WhatsApp to communicate with each other and foreign government officials. As Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent explained, WhatsApp is a dominant form of electronic communication in certain parts of the world. We know that the State Department possesses the records of WhatsApp and text messages from critical eyewitnesses to these proceedings, including from Ambassadors Sondland and Taylor and Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent. We know that the Department is deliberately concealing these records at the direction of the President, and we know that they could contain highly relevant testimony about the President's plan to condition official presidential acts on the announcements of investigations for his own personal and political gain. We know this not only from testimony, but also because Ambassador Volker was able to provide us with a small but telling selection of his WhatsApp messages. Those records confirm with a full review of these texts and WhatsApp messages from relevant officials would help to paint a vivid, first-hand picture of statements, decisions, concerns, and beliefs held by important players of events unfolding in real time. For example, thanks to Ambassador Volker's messages, we know that Ambassador Sondland, a key player in the president's pressure campaign, who testified in the House about a quid pro quo arrangement, texted directly with the Ukrainian President Zelensky. This image, produced by Ambassador Volker, appears to be a screenshot of a text message that Ambassador Sondland exchanged with President Zelensky about plans for the White House visit, the very same visit that President Zelensky badly needed, and that President Trump later withheld as part of the quid pro quo described by Ambassador Sondland in his testimony. This body and the American people have a right to know what else Ambassador Sondland and President Zelensky said in this and other relevant exchanges about the White House meeting or about the military aid and the president's demand. But we don't know exactly what was conveyed and when. We don't know if President Trump directed the State Department to conceal these vital records. These are records that the State Department would have otherwise turned over if not for the president's direction and desire to cover up his wrongdoing. To get a sense of why texts and WhatsApp messages are so vital, just consider whether another piece of evidence we've gleaned from Ambassador Volker's partial production. On July 10th, at the White House meetings, at which Ambassador Sondland pressured Ukrainian officials to announce investigations of President Trump's political opponents, a Ukrainian governmental official texted Ambassador Volker, "I feel that the key for many things is Rudy, and I am ready to talk with him at any time." This is evidence that immediately following Ambassador Sondland's ultimatum, Ukrainian officials recognized that they needed to appease Rudy Giuliani by carrying out the investigations. Of course, Mr. Giuliani had publicly confirmed that he was not engaged in foreign policy, but it was instead advancing his clients, the president's own personal interest. Further, in another text message exchange provided by Ambassador Volker, we see evidence that Ukraine understood President Trump's demands loud and clear. On the morning of July 25th, half an hour before the infamous call between President Trump and President Zelensky, Ambassador Volker wrote to a senior Ukrainian official heard from White House. Assuming President Z convinces Trump he will investigate, get to the bottom of what happened in 2016, we will nail down date for visit to Washington. Good luck. See you tomorrow. Kurt. Ambassador Sondland confirmed that this text accurately summarized the president's directive to him earlier that morning. After the phone call between President Trump and President Zelensky, the Ukrainian official responded pointedly. Phone call went well. He then discussed potential dates for a White House meeting. Then the very next day, Ambassador Volker wrote to Rudy Giuliani exactly the right messages as we discussed. These messages confirm Mr. Giuliani's central role, the premeditated nature of President Trump's solicitation of political investigation and the pressure campaign on Ukraine waged by Mr. Giuliani and senior officials at President Trump's direction. Again, this is just some of what we learned from Ambassador Volker's records. As you will see during this trial presentation, there were numerous WhatsApp messages in August while Ambassadors Volker and Sondland and Mr. Giuliani were pressuring President Zelensky's top aide to issue a statement announcing the investigations that President Trump wanted. And Ambassador Taylor's text that you saw earlier about withholding the aid further reveals how much more material there likely is that relates to the articles of impeachment. There can be no doubt that a full production of relevant text and WhatsApp messages from other officials involved in Ukraine and in touch with Ukrainian officials, including Ambassador Sondland, Ambassador Taylor, and Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent, would further illuminate the malfeasance addressed in our first article. This leads to the second category of documents that the State Department is unlawfully withholding: emails involving key State Department officials concerning interactions with senior Ukrainian officials and relating to military aid, a White House meeting, and the President's demand for investigations into his rivals. For example, on July 19th, Ambassador Gordon Sondland spoke directly with President Zelensky about the upcoming July 25th call between President Trump and President Zelensky. Ambassador Sondland then sent an email updating key officials about Secretary Pompeo, including Secretary Pompeo, acting White House Chief of Staff Mulvaney, and his senior advisor, Robert Blair. In this email, he noted that he prepared President Zelensky, who was willing to make the announcements of political investigations that President Trump desired. Secretary Perry and Mick Mulvaney then responded to Sondland, acknowledging they received the email and recommending to move forward with the phone call. That became the July 25 call between the presidents of the United States and Ukraine. We know all of this not because the State Department provided us with critical document, but instead because Ambassador Sondland provided us a reproduction of the email. In his public testimony, Ambassador Sondland quite correctly explained that this email demonstrated, quote, everyone was in the loop.
Everyone was in the loop. It was no secret. Everyone was informed via email on July 19th, days before the presidential call. As I communicated to the team, I told President Zelensky in advance that assurances to run a fully transparent investigation and turn over every stone were necessary in his call with President Trump.
Even viewed alone, this reproduced email is damning. It was sent shortly after Ambassador Sondland personally conveyed the president's demand for investigations to Ukrainians at the White House, leading several officials to sound alarms. It was sent just a few days before the July 25 call, where President Trump asked for a favor. And by itself, this email shows who was embroiled in President Trump's plan to pressure the Ukrainian president for his own political gain. But it's obvious that the full email chain and other related emails to this key time period would also be highly relevant. We don't have those emails because the State Department is hiding them at the direction of the president. The Senate should issue the proposed subpoena to ensure a complete record of these and other relevant emails. Any doubt that the State Department is concealing critical evidence from this body was resolved when the State Department was recently ordered to release documents, including emails pursuant to a lawsuit under the Freedom of Information Act, These documents are heavily redacted and are limited to a very narrow time period. But nevertheless, despite the heavy redactions, these highly limited glimpses into the State Department's secret record demonstrates that those records are full of information relevant to this trial. For example, several of these newly elected or released emails show multiple contacts between the State Department, including Secretary Pompeo and Mr. Giuliani throughout 2019. This is an important fact. Mr. Giuliani served as the president's point person in executing his corrupt scheme. Mr. Giuliani repeatedly emphasized that his role was to advance the president's personal agenda. The president's political interests, not to promote the national security interest of the United States. The fact that the president's private attorney was in contact at key junctures with the Secretary of State, whose senior officials were directed by the president to support Mr. Giuliani's efforts in Ukraine, is relevant, disturbing, and telling. For example, we know that on March 26, as Mr. Giuliani was pursuing the president's private agenda in Ukraine, and just 1 week after The Hill published an article featuring Mr. Giuliani's Ukraine conspiracy theories, Secretary Pompeo and Mr. Giuliani spoke directly on the phone. That same week, President Trump's former personal secretary was asked by Mr. Giuliani's assistant for a direct connection to Secretary Pompeo. Based on these records, it is also clear that Secretary Pompeo was already actively engaged with Mr. Giuliani in early spring of 2019. And it also appears that these efforts were backed by the White House, given the involvement of President Trump's personal secretary. This body and the American people need to see these emails and other files at the State Department, fleshing out these exchanges and the details surrounding Mr. Giuliani's communications with Secretary Pompeo. Moreover, based on call records lawfully obtained by the House from this period, we know that from March 24th to March 30th, Mr. Giuliani called the White House several times and also connected with an unidentified number numerous times. These records show that on March 27th, Mr. Giuliani placed a series of calls to the State Department switchboard, Secretary Pompeo's assistant, and the White House switchboard in quick succession, all within less than 30 minutes. Obtaining emails and other documents regarding the State Department's leadership's interaction with President Trump's private lawyer in this period, when Mr. Giuliani was actively orchestrating the pressure campaign in Ukraine related to the sham investigation into Vice President Biden and the 2016 election, would further clarify the president's involvement and direction at this key juncture in the formation of a plot to solicit foreign interference into our election. We also know, based on recently obtained documents, that Les Parmas, an associate of Rudy Giuliani, has assisted him in his representation of President Trump, that Giuliani likely spoke with Secretary Pompeo about Ukraine matters even earlier than previously understood. According to documents obtained from Mr. Parmas, Mr. Giuliani wrote in early February of 2019 that he apparently spoke with Secretary Pompeo about the removal of the U.S. ambassador in Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch. Mr. Giuliani viewed her as an impediment to implementing the president's corrupt scheme and orchestrated a long-running smear campaign against her. Here's what Mr. Parma said about this just last week.
Do you believe that part of the motivation to get rid of Ambassador Yovanovitch, to get her out of post, was because she was in the way of this effort to get the government of Ukraine to announce investigations of Joe Biden?
That was the only motivation.
That was the only motivation.
There was no other motivation.
These are just some of the email communications that we know. These are just some of the email communications that we know to exist, but there are undoubtedly more, including, for example, Ambassador Yovanovitch's request for the State Department to issue a statement of support of her around the time that Mr. Giuliani was speaking directly with Secretary Pompeo. But that statement never came. The State Department has gathered these records and they are ready to be turned over pursuant to a subpoena from the Senate. It would not be a time-consuming or lengthy process to obtain them, and there are clearly important and relevant documents to the president's scheme. If we want the full and complete truth, then we need to see those emails. The Senate should also seek a third item that the State Department has refused to provide, and that's Ambassador Taylor's extraordinary first-person diplomatic cable to Secretary Pompeo dated August 29 and sent at the recommendation of the National Security Advisor John Bolton, in which Ambassador Taylor strenuously objected to the withholding of military aid from Ukraine, as Ambassador Taylor recounted in his deposition.
Near the end of Ambassador Bolton's visit, I asked to meet him privately, during which I expressed to him my serious concern about the withholding of military assistance to Ukraine while the Ukrainians were defending their country from Russian aggression. Ambassador Bolton recommended that I send a first-person cable to Secretary Pompeo directly, relaying my concerns. I wrote and transmitted such a cable on August 29th, describing the folly I saw in withholding military aid to Ukraine at a time when hostilities were still active in the East and when Russia was watching closely to gauge the level of American support for the Ukrainian government. The Russians, as I said at my deposition, would love to see the humiliation of President Zelensky at the hands of the Americans. I told the Secretary that I could not and would not defend such a policy. Although I received no specific response, I heard that soon thereafter, the Secretary carried the cable with him to a meeting at the White House focused on security assistance for Ukraine.
While we know from Ambassador Taylor and Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent that the cable was received, we do not know whether or how the State Department responded. Nor do we know if the State Department possesses any other internal records relating to this cable. This cable is vital for 3 reasons. First, it demonstrates the harm that President Trump did to our national security when he used foreign policy as an instrument of his own personal political gain. Second, on the same day the cable was sent, President Zelensky's senior aide told Ambassador Taylor that he was very
Val Demings, the congresswoman from Florida there, continues to make her case about trying to get members of the Senate to agree to the subpoena for State Department documents. The effort to get White House documents earlier today failed by a vote of 53 to 47, right along party lines, 53 Republicans voting to table that motion. We've been on the air here now for about 5 hours. It's not quite day one. You could argue last week was day one, but nonetheless, this seems to be the meat of the matter for the impeachment trial going forward today. In the closing minutes we have here, just want to bring back our terrific panel. Mark Thiessen is with us, Donna Brazil, Jeffrey Kramer joins us again from the legal side, and Kristen Fisher watching things from the White House and here on the Hill as well. Mark, to you.
Yeah.
Has today gone the way you expected, or have there been surprises in this? Let's start there.
Oh, pretty much as expected. I mean, they're making the case for their documents and their subpoenas, and basically all they're doing is making the case for the deficiency of their rushed, half-baked impeachment inquiry. They're basically saying to the Senate, please subpoena the documents and witnesses that we didn't subpoena. Well, why didn't they subpoena those documents and witnesses? Because they wanted to circumvent the courts and deny President Trump judicial review, which is his constitutional right. It is not an abuse of power for the President of the United States to go to the courts and ask for judicial review. It is an abuse of power for Congress, for the House, to impeach the President for going to the courts and seeking judicial review, and that's what we're seeing play out right now.
Okay, Donna, your answer on that. Has it gone the way you expected or not?
Well, let's start with the fact that Mitch McConnell has had to modify the rules that he put out last night. He modified them because he understands that without rules that at least appear to be fair on face value, he would lose many of his members of his caucus. That said, I do believe that the House managers made a terrific case today, not only based on the evidence that they already have, but all of the evidence that is outstanding, evidence that the White House refused to provide. You can run, but you can't hide. You can cover it up, but you know what? Sunshine is the best disinfectant. I do believe that the House managers will do a great job in presenting their case to the American people and to those impartial jurors.
Well, the president is overseas right now, returns tomorrow. Kristen's been watching their online traffic, and you've picked up on something, Kristen, on behalf of the Trump team. 9.5 months away from the election, online already.
Yeah, this is something that I noticed during the House impeachment drive a few weeks ago. We saw this enormous surge in online ads from the Trump campaign on Facebook, and today I have counted more than 300 ads. Honestly, Bill, I lost count because there were just so many, and it just goes to show you how much the Trump campaign believes that this impeachment trial could help the president win a second term in November. And some of these ads, they read things like, with your help, we will show the angry Democrats and Trump haters that our movement is only getting stronger. Stand up with all the American patriots who do not support this impeachment scam. And so not only are they fundraising off this impeachment trial, but they're also getting emails, potentially phone numbers, all things that they can use to help build their voter database.
So these are micro-targeted ads. So specifically, who would get them? How are they identified?
These are people that the Trump campaign has found either from the data that they have collected at rallies, every rally that they hold. If in order to go to a rally, you have to give the Trump campaign a cell phone number, your email address. And so through that data combined with the RNC's database, they use all of that information to target these ads to people on Facebook, some are on Instagram. Google has obviously changed its ad policy, but it'll be very interesting to see exactly how many ads the Trump campaign has put out today and how much money they have been able to get throughout the duration of this trial.
They're making the case that they've raised a lot of money on this. They've said that a few times in the last week.
Absolutely, and they certainly did during when this, I believe it was the initial 2 weeks right after Speaker Pelosi announced that she was going to formalize this impeachment inquiry. There was a huge spike in donations for the campaign, and I'd imagine we'd see that this time around as well.
Jeffrey, when Chuck Schumer came out during the break, Kristen, thank you for that, and this, back on the legal aspects of this. Oftentimes when they're out of the Senate, we can get a better idea about what they're thinking. What Schumer is making the case now is that the attorneys for the White House do not argue against the points they are making. Is that necessarily true thus far in this case, however?
I think it is. You have the Democrats, as was just seen, arguing the facts. We want these documents. It's a logical argument. It's hard to argue against unless you say, well, you should have argued it in the House of Representatives. Process versus facts. There's really no argument against showing the documents. They're relevant. There's no argument against Bolton and others and Mulvaney coming in to testify. They're relevant. The only argument by the Republicans is you should have done it before. Process. They can't argue the facts. It's not their playing field.
What do you think about that, Mark?
It's a matter of principle. Executive privilege exists for a reason, because the President of the United States has the right to have confidential conversations with his advisors. And when the Congress wants to override executive privilege, it has to go to the courts. And the courts get to decide. If Donald Trump went to the courts and the courts decided that the testimony was too important to and they decided that they would override executive privilege, and he still didn't comply, then you impeach him. But you can't just cut out the courts. I don't understand this whole concept of denying the president his constitutional right as Article 2 of the Constitution to appeal to Article 3 of the Constitution. Or do we not follow the Constitution anymore?
If you're Mitt Romney and you're one of these senators a lot of people are watching, how do you come down on that answer?
You know, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what Mitt Romney is going to do. But I will tell you, be careful what you wish for, because if the Democrats are counting on John Bolton, a man who they filibustered his nomination for UN ambassador, to be the savior of their doomed impeachment inquiry, they've got another thing coming.
Donna, you have one final comment before we say goodbye for at least the moment?
Well, first of all, I respect all of you, but look, we're talking about $390 million of congressionally approved funds, not the president's personal funds, and yet he put his own personal political interests above the national security interests of the United States. That's why Congress need the documents. That's why witnesses who have relevant information should be called forward. That's why the Senate should be seated and listen to all of the evidence before they exonerate, acquit, or convict the President of the United States.
And we will see over time what they decide on that. Donna, thank you very much. Mark Thiessen,
thank you, sir.
Jeffrey Kramer, Kristen Fisher here on Capitol Hill with me. Thanks to all of you. Terrific day one as we get some analysis in real time. Who knows how long they will go tonight. Some had suggested this could be a 12-hour session. If that is the case, 1 o'clock in the morning local time here in Washington, D.C., which means they would have 7 more hours to go. We'll see whether or not that schedule holds. Regardless, coverage begins again tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern Time here in Washington. The motions will begin, and then we believe we will move into that 24-hour period where Democrats from the House will present their side, and then attorneys for the president will have 24 hours to follow after that. Stay with us. Our coverage will continue all week long over on the Fox News channel and this local news station and your Fox station in your town. Until then.
This has been a Fox News special presentation.